Good morning, everyone. Please, if you're in the lobby, you can come inside the ballroom. We're starting now. Come inside the ballroom. We're starting now. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for coming on time. Just starting off day 2. So I'm Katie again, short intro. I'm the CEO and founder of Babs, which is a Web3 strategy firm. A little bit of background on myself. Been in crypto about 5 years. Kind of started off in traditional tech, then moved into SaaS, and then into crypto. Our firm does anything from go-to-market strategy all the way through to execution and PR. Anything in your Web3 needs, so to speak. And just want to say thank you once again to Agora and Hattie and Obai and the team for having us here, and looking forward to day 2. So also want to remind everyone, if you weren't here yesterday, that Agora has launched a token. I think we'll have be able to scan the pre-sale up later here, but anyone that's part of the Agora ecosystem, it's definitely worth getting in on that because, as you guys all know, they offer a lot of value. We were supposed to start with Peter Knatz from the Venom Foundation, but unfortunately he's ill this morning, so we're going to go right into the first fireside chat, which is called Value Creation to 5T Market Cap. It's an exciting topic that we're going to discuss. If the first speakers could come up to the stage, Jay and Shash Dai, I think I got it right, if I didn't butcher your name. And we'll just get the conversation started. Are you guys here? Oh, okay, okay. You guys can, if you want to come up and start, we'll wait for her, yeah. Warm up the stage a bit. Okay. Day 2 is going to be exciting, so hopefully everyone, the problem with day 2 is on day 1 you guys meet and then go out and then you're all tired, so let's get the energy moving and start day 2 for the conversation.
Yes, we're going to wait for Shrey Hodge, of course.
Okay, yes, of course. Otherwise, you're talking to yourself. So, yeah, let's wait for her.
I'll just do,
You want to do a yeah, you can do question and answer. We'll take just a minute. She's just in the restroom?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, come on up stage. There you are. Testing.
Blue. Works.
Yes. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Jad Shaheen, one of the founding members of Superscript, which is an early-stage Web3 investment fund. At Superscript, I lead the portfolio management. I'm also part of the investment committee on the investment side. And Shrehan, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, this is Shreyansh. I lead the Polygon's investment arm. It's a fund focused more on seed, pre-seed, and deploying all across Web3. I've been part of Polygon ecosystem for a little over 4 years.
Lovely. Awesome. Well, today, Shrehansh and I are here to discuss a burning topic that's on the mind of most, if not all, crypto investors and founders, which is how do we underwrite and value the price of a token? So for many of the deals that Shrehansh and I see, the token tends to be a kicker or sweetener on top of equity. But still, frankly, we have to answer, should that token even appreciate? And how is it going to do that? Especially in the long term, and when we're thinking about value accrual as we want to reach a 5 trillion crypto market cap. So obviously, as we all know, we don't have this challenge in public equities because unlike tokens, the share price of a company is typically is tied to the performance of that company. On the other hand, in the crypto market, the token price is more or less manipulated by different mechanisms. For example, the most common mechanism is BME, burn mint emissions. And then the utility of the tokens is typically something along payments, access, rewards, governance, and all of these things help drive community speculation around the price of the token. So we're not going to be able to answer this question in full detail in the 20 minutes that we have, but our goal is to really spark a great conversation on stage and with the audience and the greater community. So that said, let's go ahead and dive into it. So Shrehansh, from your perspective, is the future a token or equity world when thinking about value accrual?
I think in a way it depends on the vertical, for especially like on-chain businesses and the fully on-chain protocols or products. I think equities don't make sense. It should be token-driven, and token should also be structured in a way where the participants of the protocol or the network are accruing more value, whether it's the holders or stakers or folks using the protocol. It should go to the user base. But let's say for SaaS businesses or sometimes, like the influx of games we are seeing from the digital spaces, in a way integrating Web3 and tokenomics, sometimes token doesn't make sense because, especially for gaming, because gamers are very opinionated. And token definitely adds a lot of friction sometimes. And I think we are still seeing a lot of interesting use cases there and people figuring out different token models. But I would say we are still in that exploratory phase.
Yes, I definitely agree. It's still early, and we're still trying to figure this out. And it's a very exciting time for us as crypto investors. And we see different protocols, different applications doing different things. For example, SushiSwap gives part of the fee distribution back to the users via the token. So not all protocols do that, but some are trying different types of mechanisms. So speaking of that, do you think the value should go back to the overall protocol, such as the layer ones, et cetera, or where do you think the value will eventually accrue to?
Definitely, it should be a split between the protocol and the participants of the protocol. You mentioned like SushiSwap is definitely a great example, and now Blur has came up with a similar model like distribution, revenue fees, and everything going back to the users. And same way Rollbit is doing, like whatever fees is generated, the tokens are being burned, which is also adding some value to the token accrual and to the holders as well. And in a way, I think that is definitely should be the model, and especially in big tech, we have seen in the last 15, 20 years, all the major companies pretty much take all the profits, nothing gets distributed to the users. A very good example is Twitter X now, where Elon Musk decided it should go back to the creators, and I think that is definitely the better model for everyone.
Yes, definitely agree. Speaking of value accrual, right now the top metric, right, and when we're thinking about tokens or ecosystems, TVL. As the ecosystem continues to evolve to support more use cases, do you see TVL as still being the most important metric, or what metric do you think will help underpin the token value?
In a way, I think it is, again, a little vertical specific, but especially for DeFi, in the last few years, it has been TVL to determine the success metric of the DeFi protocol. But definitely transactions and number of users, because we definitely want this industry to grow and we want that mass adoption as well. So I think transactions definitely because more transactions mean more users. So I think transaction will drive for, especially pretty much for all the protocols.
Yes.
But yet can't say TVL doesn't matter, especially for DeFi. So TVL is definitely one of the success metrics as well.
Absolutely, especially for the DeFi use
Yeah.
case, TVL is
But
incredibly
if
important.
you talk like consumer apps, like those, so social is picking up. So for social, I think it's more should be on the number of users and transactions on per se the network or the protocol.
Definitely. And we're seeing a lot of different use cases come up. And shifting gears now, what are some top use cases that you guys are seeing?
Definitely in the last 2023 was more dominated by infrastructure, like most of the deals for what we have seen and what we have done as well. Infrastructure and majorly a roll-up as a service and modular blockchain. So I think at Polygon also, like we recently launched our Polygon CDK, which provides a seamless experience for projects and different organizations to spin up their own blockchain, which significantly reduces the cost of running and maintaining a blockchain. I think that is definitely one of the major use cases, which should be driven by a token economy.
Yep.
Yeah, and definitely a split between all the holders and participants, whether it's the protocol creators or the people using that protocol.
Yeah, and on our end, it's Superscript. I think definitely infrastructure is a big one for us. We are starting to see a lot of emerging use cases as well, some of them even on the B2B side. And those ones, as we were talking earlier, don't necessarily need a token, but they will definitely use blockchain technology to bring a lot of value to the world. And then eventually, you know, who knows what the tokenomics will be in the future, but that can all obviously tie back to a token later on. And then in terms of the investment decisions that you make at Polygon Labs, how are they impacted by what you see from a token?
Definitely investment decisions is amalgamation of a lot of things, but definitely on the token. Token is a key driver there. And we definitely want to see use cases which solve a problem universally because we definitely want to reach that global audience. And the biggest factor is, I think, the consumer experience as well. It's more depends on the UI UX. And definitely something which is universal and has a good experience will grow. So I think that's one of the key metrics as well. And definitely with investment decisions, a lot of things come into play, whether it's the valuation to like unlocks and cycles, market cycles. So yeah, those are also very good drivers.
Yeah, definitely. And to that point, I mean, ultimately as investors, we need to invest in things that are going to bring value, right? And that value could be to DeFi ecosystem, NFT ecosystem, real world ecosystem, but it has to be underpinned by value. Yeah, that's the only way that we will be able to, grow with the ecosystem as well.
Yeah, in a way, I think just adding on to it, I think entertainment is the biggest vertical that we see, and we have seen insane funding going into 21, 22, largely entertainment vertical, especially gaming and NFT use cases. And I think now NFT infra is growing, is also evolved a lot compared to what it was back in 2021, and especially gaming infra because you can't build games without infra. And whatever we used to see back in 2021, those were not, I wouldn't call them particularly games, but those were still like economies driven by and created by like Web3 native folks, and gaming is a tedious business. And like I mentioned, gamers are very opinionated. So I think now what we are seeing is a very interesting space because most of the investments we have a lot of exposure into gaming. And in the next 2-3 years, the quality of games we are seeing, which will be launching, I think it will be a mix of very good Web2 games driven by a token economy and designed in a way which should be frictionless for the end user.
Yeah.
Because token is still like, in a way, speculation is still like a deterrent for a lot of people who want to join this space and they get scared by whatever's happened in the last 18 months in this industry as well. So we need to reduce that down and make it more fun and engaging experience for everyone.
And to the point that you mentioned, especially for the everyday user, it's difficult to get paid or rewards in a token when you just don't know what that's going to be worth.
Yeah, so exactly like if, let's say you find also a very good use case which makes sense for everyone. Universally, it makes a lot of sense. But the UI experience and like average user is not able to enter that business, then that's a huge problem, right? That I think we need to optimize and focus more on that. And in a way, infra will play a huge role into it. And that's why 2023 has been a year of infra. And especially RWAs are picking up as well. So we are seeing a lot of real world use cases like US treasuries, luxury watches, to pretty much a lot of things coming into Web3 ecosystem. And just yesterday, FIFA has launched NFTs on Polygon, via which you can get directly access to World Cup finals in 26.
And for what it's worth, most of those are underpinned by a token, again, to provide access or discounts to be able to interact with that ecosystem.
Yeah, I think now we are seeing one more interesting use case, especially projects like Mochaverse or Frentech, where membership is the key access driver. For everything, definitely a token will come first. They need to get to that virality effect should be there. So that membership NFT or anything that membership has is also playing a key role. So Frentech and Mochaverse are doing really well. We are seeing other use cases as well. But ultimately, it will be get tied up into a token.
Yeah. Well, speaking of something like Frentech, obviously they don't have their own token. It's underpinned by Ethereum. Which use cases do you see will be underpinned by Ethereum or having their own token? Do you think if Frentech builds enough critical mass that they might launch their own token?
Yeah, I really think so. They'll come with a token maybe next year. And not sure. I don't have the right info, but I feel like there'll be a token involved. And so, like I mentioned, Mochaverse is like a community-driven gaming project where people who want to play, build, and learn together. And again, the value will go back to the participants. And currently, it is tied with the membership NFT or a digital pass, you can say.
Yep, absolutely. So on your end, what exciting investments have you seen? Or have you done, I should say? Yeah.
I think, like I mentioned, we have a lot of exposure into gaming, but in the last few months, it has been more driven on the infra side, especially on the restaking part of ETH.
Yep.
So Eigenlayer was an interesting one for us. And then again, we did Babylon recently, again, bringing BTC to POS chains in a very trustless manner. And the way the BTC narrative is going with ETF may not get approved, whatever, but it's still, there's hype about it and halving coming on. So I think that will be a huge use case. So pretty bullish on Babylon as well. On the application side, I think Favor is a social app which is doing pretty well. I think more on the consumer side, which have decent number of users, we did that. And again, our biggest achievement this year has been Memeland. So Memeland is one project we are really excited about, and the vision the founder has as well.
And is Memeland token, equity?
Purely token.
Purely token?
Yeah, and they mentioned pretty clearly token doesn't have any use case, so we need to wait.
So it's a great topic for this conversation. A token that launched with, they clearly said there's no utility, and it's doing pretty well, isn't it?
Yeah, in a way it is.
At least in the near term.
Hype cycle driven as well, and we often discount community when we are exploring investments as well, and I think community plays a huge role when it comes to Web3, and because community, I wouldn't call it just speculative. It's more about everyone having skin in the game in that ecosystem for a very long time. They have been supporting the ecosystem as well. So it was in a way NFT gated as well, and all the NFT holders are getting value and looking forward to the products they are building in future as well. Because I can't reveal here, but I think pretty exciting things coming on that front as well.
Yes, and for those of you that don't know, Memeland is founded by 9gag, which is one of the top social networks in the world. So they're plunging into the Web3 world, and we're basically the token is being underpinned by the success of 9gag and what they'll be able to do in this space.
Yep. Yeah. I think Ray, exactly like Ray as a founder, I think it's a more bet on him as well, and what the legacy has built at 9gag. And definitely, when it comes to social, 9gag has an everlasting experience on everyone. Like my entire graduation, 9gag used to be one major source of entertainment. Especially my college was in Himalayas.
Nice. So on our end, one company that we recently invested in is called Helix. And what they are is they're a private credit protocol that connects institutional investors and accredited investors, with investment opportunities on chain to real-world businesses, right? And that's being underpinned by a token. It's not launched yet, but the way that they're thinking about their token economics is, one is obviously governance, so being able to vote on what's happening on the protocol, fee distribution back to the holders of that token, early access to certain deals, and then of course discounts, where if you hold enough token, you get certain percentages back. So these are all things that we are seeing, and we're excited about the evolution of how token economics is going to work and what we call a V2 of the crypto world. And then while we're on stage here, Polygon Labs and Superscript look at some of the similar deals. We're mutually investors in Airstack.
Yep.
Yeah, which is a middleware. It's bringing interoperability to the space by being able to create unified experiences across protocols, across chains, and bring composability. And while they don't have a token now,
Yes, they don't have a token now, but
yeah.
let's see what the future holds.
And the good thing about what they're doing, and when we're talking about value accrual, they're out to build a business first, right? So they want to really establish market share, they want to establish value for their customers, and then, if it makes sense, then they'll go ahead and launch a token.
Yeah, definitely. I think PMF matters a lot, and especially some people rush into doing a token where it doesn't make sense. First, you have to get to that critical mass as well. And I think on AirStack, I think during ETH Day, I think 60 or 68 projects built on using AirStack, which is doing pretty well so far.
Yeah. So it's really when we're thinking, right, to sort of wrap this up for now, what's important to think about when we're trying to value the token is, frankly, what value is it bringing back to the ecosystem? What value is it bringing back to the users? And the different use cases that we're seeing. We're starting, of course, DeFi and NFT are always going to be a pillar of blockchain, but as we start to see more use cases away from that FI element, we're going to start to see new models for tokenomics, and that's something that we're both very excited about.
100%. And especially in the cycle coming in the next 2-3 years are going to be interesting. How the token models evolve, and anyways, we are seeing a lot of interesting projects coming up. But yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you.
Thanks for having me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys. It was really good feedback. I think a lot of startups are being pushed to do tokens when they're not actually offering value. So I think that was some really good, useful advice. Make sure that you have a useful product and then bring a token into the mix. Okay, we're going to have another little shift in the agenda for today. Renato from Mocha Ventures is going to give a presentation. And you're coming up. Is going to give a presentation, give us some interesting advice on the investment landscape. When you're ready, come on up.
You want to mic me up? Yeah, mic me up. Just waiting for the technical stuff. Testing, testing. Okay, cool. Excellent. Okay, so I know that not everybody's here like yesterday because a lot of us went out and had a lot of fun. So it's hard to wake up over a cup of coffee and focus. So I'm not gonna dwell you on 10 minutes presentation of who we are, what we do, but at least give it a little bit of flavor and then tell you why we're actually here in Dubai. So my name is Renato Brioni, and I'm one of the founding GPs of the Mocha Ventures, which is a digitally regulated asset fund from Liechtenstein. We decided to be domiciled in Europe because of predominantly who we serve and what we serve. We are focused on family offices of 150 million plus and high net worth individuals of 25 million plus. We started this in Europe after we got engaged in a previous fund. This is the second fund, and that fund was kind of active Europe and Asia. And we did a lot of mistakes, learned from those mistakes, had a lot of successes before the Celsius crash and everything else. And then we decided that we can't do any more spray and pray. We can't do this kind of crazy investments. We have to focus on more regulated aspects of the side. And after we analyzed more than 200 companies, somewhere around crash, September last year, we realized that 160 disappeared in 90 days period. Those companies disappeared because of the underlying problem that we've seen that repetitive in history, like in 2000s with internet. Lack of corporate governance. There was a lot of money, this capital, but the only thing they know how to invest is in Bitcoin. And they don't know how to do that, and they lose money. So they said, okay, it would be really cool if we can set up an asset company somewhere that is domiciled in Europe, somewhere that is regulated, that is audited, that is compliant. And that's what we did, right? So what we have done is we summed the team of the people who are from 2012 and onwards in blockchain and crypto space, and we analyzed what does our investors want and also what do the companies want. As we analyzed those 200 companies, the 40 companies are still thriving and surviving, and those 40 companies have 7 underlying principles that became like kind of BS thesis really quickly to see, check, can they pass this test or not? But also there's 6 underlying points that make the companies not succeed. And around those 6 points, we have created a setup company on the side called Center of Excellence, where we decided, look, we're going to invest more as a sniper approach, which is spray and pray, and more strategic. And we're going to be more engaged, because we don't want to have like 9 companies fail and 1 make it out all up for them. That's not our kind of DNA. Our background is more like, okay, let's get it into the nitty gritty. Let's do a proper due diligence. Our due diligence lasts between 1 month to 1 month and a half. It's grueling. Companies don't like it, but once we do it, they're ready for Series A, they're ready for Series B, and we typically already have investors for Series A and Series B. And we always look from the companies in the aspect where, okay, we invest in Web 2.5 to Web 3, and transitioning companies in DeFi, travel, cybersecurity, telcos, prop tech, real estate. And these are kind of also the categories that our investors and family offices understand and like. So they said, okay, now we know you're regulated, you're tokenized, you are audited, now what can you offer to us, right? So after we have done that kind of analysis and realized how can we help and how can we go deep, we said, okay, each company that we invest in, and we invest checks between 500,000 to 1.5 mil, we can go up to 3, and we do it in stages when they hit certain KPIs. And what we have done is we said, okay, cool, we have a certain type of people that have experience in this industry, then we have a supportive team behind us that can analyze, for example, a biz dev company who is in, let's say, payments and DeFi. An example is a company that was in Africa. We invest a lot in emerging markets, Africa and Latin America, because that's we think what the future is. And what we have found in one of those companies, let's say in Africa, who was doing a standard B2B banking fintech, we added a layer with one of our other portfolio companies of DeFi, and instead of having 500,000 users, we brought them another bank from UK. They all merged together, and they pushed them to Nigeria and Kenya, and in about 6 months, they got 10 million users. So this is how we approach our business. We try to approach the companies and portfolios from the end goal. We see, do we have a structural, deep know-how, how to help them? And then if they, for example, need a biz dev or they need a go-to-market strategy, we would send 2-3 people. They will build their sales team, which in this company they did. They found the head of the sales, and then the entire team was built up in about 3 months. We went in, we wrote the SOPs, we went out, and now we know this company is performing properly. So that's the team behind it. It's just, we have 10 people front-facing, we have 20 people back-facing on compliance, legal, regulatory stuff, and all that charade that needs to be done for a regulated fund. I can talk about digital assets and thesis and why this and that. Everybody here in the crew knows this, so I'm going to skip this slide, okay? We do know that the market is big. That's also nice. The questions like, what are we doing here? What is Mocha trying to achieve, and where is Mocha going? And very simple. We started, as I said, in Europe, in Liechtenstein, catering for family office in Europe. Then we went to Singapore because some of the LPs were there. And we understand family offices because one of our investors, Goldsmith's family, as well as Dunhill Ventures, they own their own family offices. And they said, look, we did a lot of mistakes. We would like to have a regulated aspect, and people who know what they're doing, we'll give money to you. Let's do this together. So deep understanding of how family offices operate, we said, okay, let's go to Singapore, see how that works there. And we managed to raise a lot of capital there. Got oversubscribed of that 30 million, and we said, okay, this is interesting. And we got some matching funds from entities there, which will be in PR, and you can read about it. And I said, okay, this is interesting. So the government wants us there, the family offices wants us there. What is this kind of unique thing. Why do they want us there? And we realized because we're investing in companies that solve real business problems. Yes, we have a gamify segment of that, fine. But focus is more on companies who have already cash flow, they have clients, and they can be scalable with using blockchain as a technology, which we just think it's nothing else but internet in the back in the days, where it was an underlying technology that makes things more effective, efficient, transparent, and hopefully we can remove the middleman and help the company have a better profit margin, right? So that's kind of the thing that was back in the day. So history does not repeat itself, but it does rhyme, right? That being said, our message here for the audience and for the crew is, look, we are coming to the market in either Abu Dhabi or Dubai or in the region. We're looking for strategic partnerships now. That's the only thing that the fund is looking for. Where we have 20 companies who are actually willing to relocate themselves and put an API and put a time and lives here into the region. A lot of people come here and ask for money. A lot of people come here and think that in 2 weeks they can get something. The region doesn't work like this. I've been coming to this region for 12 years, looking actually to relocate myself, but I like Europe a lot. But with easy flights, the Central Eastern European kind of block of companies that we have are more than willing to come here. So if anybody wants to talk to me after the presentation, I can say, hey, Renato, we have an accelerator here that is crypto, blockchain focused. We have something along those lines. We're willing to discuss about that. We're willing to put money actually in the region versus just extract, and also add value and bring those companies here, which I think it's not a common thing that people usually do. With my 1 minute left, I can talk about portfolio, but you can catch me afterwards. What is interesting that in UK markets, they started to tokenize assets. Actually, they gave us a green light to tokenize our fund. Since we're not UK, we're Liechtenstein, we knew this already in March, so we started in March through Trokeny. So our investors will now be able to go through a very interesting platform that they can buy and sell their assets, or actually fund shares. Net asset value going to be calculated quarterly, so every quarter they can buy and sell immediately their assets to other, 27 investors within the group at this moment. And that being said, the velocity to liquidity is going to be quite interesting and better for them. This is something unique. It doesn't exist in the market. I think we're pioneering in Europe. Maybe somewhere else is happening, I don't know. But that's where we're at. So just to wrap up with my last 17 seconds is, the message is, we are from Europe. We are expanded into Singapore. We are regulated, tokenized, and digitalized. We want to have a footprint here, an office here, and we're looking for strategic partners. So in essence, Hari, thank you very much for having us here, and I hope I'm going to hear much more down the line from other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Renato. Big announcement. Looking to bring money into the region as opposed to just taking money out of the region, which is usually what we hear. So anyone that's interested, speak to Renato. Great guy, great fund, and bringing more value to the region, which is important. Okay, we're going to move on to the next panel, which is kind of changing it up a bit. Very interesting topic, Web3 gaming and the path towards an open metaverse. It's going to be moderated by the beautiful and very smart Anna Shakova. No? Did I say that right? If the rest of the panelists could come up, Amir, Arnav, Arpit, and JT, when you guys can make up here, they're going to set up the stage, and then you guys can have a seat. Looking forward to the conversation.
Should I stay here? Yep, I will have a mic, right? 1-1. We're about to start. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Survivors, 9:50 a.m. My name is Anna Shakola. I'm from Cointelegraph Accelerator. I'm head of BD, and today we will talk about Web3 gaming. We have brilliant minds out of the industry. I prepared some tricky questions to you guys, so be prepared. Let's start with a short intro of yourself, why we should listen to you for another 25 minutes, right? Okay, so give us some reasons.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Amir Mirabash, part of the Sweet Foundation, specifically to the point why you should listen to me. It's a good question, actually. I'd say I've been in the Web3 space since 2016, been across a variety of different L1s, so very much more on the platform side of things. Have seen a lot of community projects build up throughout the years, but I'll leave it up to you guys to decide whether to listen to me.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? My name is Arnav. I'm an investor at Hashkey Capital. I guess why you should listen to me, probably shouldn't, but I've been in the space for about 5 years, and I'm a gamer myself, so I can definitely relate to the topics here, because a lot of times when I'm looking at a game, I'm like, would I really want to play this myself? And I consider, the implications of that, so yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Arpit. I work with Near Foundation. I lead business development for Southeast Asia and Middle East. And why you should listen to me is because, first of all, I have been in Web3 space for like 3 years, but that is not important. What is important is that I have played a lot of games for very long hours, and probably this is the first time that has come as an advantage. Yeah. So looking forward to the talk.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm JT Law from IVC. I used to be a banker, but also a gamer. And IVC has made about 100 investments in games and GameFi projects. So hopefully we have some insights to share with you today.
Thank you, guys. And before we'll proceed with questions, dear audience, I want to interact with you a little bit. Just a few questions. Who built some game? Can you just raise your hand? Okay, cool. And who invest in games? Please raise your hands. Okay, this is investors conference, I see. And who play the games? Raise your hands. Okay, cool. So we are very connected to the topic. Perfect. So, first question. I will start with the general questions. Feel free to answer whenever you want and feel relevant. And then I have specific questions to each of you. First question, how do you face Web3 mass adoption into Web2 gaming? Is it a big thing so far, or it's still very young industry in compare with Web2 classic gamings that we know? Thank you.
I'm happy to start. In regards to the idea of Web3 mass adoption related to gaming, it's interesting. There was a first phase of when this really started to happen. Like, this isn't like the first time we're really talking about Web3 gaming. It started back in the near terms related to the NFT boom a couple years ago. There was a whole push around the idea of like it was new, it was speculative, like it was very interesting the way that people looked at gaming because it wasn't in alignment with how traditional games work. Progressively, as we look into this next phase of things, I think there's a lot to be explored in regards to how you get a little bit more of parity, how you directly align to what people would traditionally expect in games, setting that bar a bit higher. We set it a little bit probably too low in the first wave. And it really, to establish something related to mass adoption, you're really looking at things in terms of how users get onboarded. A lot of those components really need to be further addressed, and that's going to naturally be a big point as we start to lean into mass adoption, whether it's leveraging a wallet, whether that's incorporated at all, whether it's abstracted completely away. There's a lot of steps there that will be incorporated in what will be this next phase of gaming in with the Web3 space.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say one of the things I think about is, how far are we from just achieving parity with Web2 games in terms of just the quality of game itself. I think layering a crypto economic layer over gaming itself is incredible and could do quite a lot, especially as it regards to CAC. But I think just building a game that's, again, of the same quality and then adding crypto economics and NFTs on top of that would definitely be awesome. So I'm looking forward to seeing, as we get into further development cycles, how these games will evolve, and then how adding crypto economics on top of that will further boost the user engagement.
So I think I want to give an example, right? So especially Web2 game leveraging some of the features of Web3 and even bringing more people to the game, right? So there is a game which recently launched on Near. It's called Radix. So it's a racing metaverse. So it's kind of an upgrade of a very popular Web2 game, which had like over 1 million downloads, on Google Play Store. So what ended up happening was that that's the game which is very popular already. Now you add these layers, for example, a metaverse experiential layer to that. You tokenize all the land assets, etc. that are there on metaverse. A lot of brands shown interest there. They have already purchased a lot of that real estate on the metaverse. Secondly, all the in-game assets, for example, the cars that you have, they have been tokenized, and the cars are now NFTs. You can buy them, you can trade them on the secondary marketplace, and then when you play that game, the reputation that you get, the points that you get, all of that stays with the unique identity that you have created on that Web3 platform. So now what is important here is, and what really stands out here, this game is a game which already has a very, very strong fundamental as a game. So it's not a gimmick that you just go and get some NFT, etc. It's a proper game which is already there, which is engaging. People go and play it for the fun of the game. So I think that's very important. Second piece is it very successfully added that layer of commerce or economics to that, and like very freely you can go. So there is this marketplace called Jump.trade, which is like one of the biggest marketplaces on Near, and also a pretty big one on Polygon. So you can just go there and trade those assets there. So it has kind of boosted that trading activity also, so making the game even more fun. So I feel that going forward, Web2 games which already have a huge captive audience will act as a vehicle for bringing those people in Web3.
Can you share some figures, some traction of those two games?
So maybe for Radix, I think they already dropped around 1 million NFTs, or that's the plan to do, like to drop 1 million NFTs in phases. Till now, maybe they must have dropped some 200, 300K NFTs. So in terms of trading volume, I don't have the number right now, but it's pretty sound. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, in our portfolio companies, we see companies taking two main approaches. One is the example which was said of existing game intellectual property and users, which they can save money on the marketing and try to convert those users from the Web2 game to the Web3 game. And that's a step-by-step process where they first start keeping the game in a Web2 format, in a player versus environment, but introducing the Web3 elements in a player versus player type format. This is also suited for certain game types, such as ones that involve trading cards, which themselves are almost like single NFTs. The other approach is companies that are starting game from scratch and trying to make it more Web3, but for a lot of those, they tend to start more from the casual games angle up to mid-core. A lot of the ones that we think have a lot of promise are the ones which actually took about 1 to 2 years to build, and actually we'll see them launching in Q1 of next year. So the next time we talk, hopefully there'll be more meaningful data to share.
Thank you. Next question, guys. I like to talk about fails, because you learn the most from your fails. We can see that business model is some challenge that we have to deal with in the Web3 industry. You can talk about game that you invested in and they failed. You can talk about unsustainable business model that you bet on and they failed. And what are the main lessons that you learned from your own mistakes or for someone's VC's mistakes while you're in the Web3 gaming journey?
Maybe I'll start with this one. Well, I'll not name the game, but there are like multiple games that I have seen, and one of the biggest factors that I see is is responsible for that game not getting enough traction is that simply the game doesn't have that gameplay depth to it. Like it's very, very superficial, which kind of feeds on speculation of the tokens, etc. Like, so, what will happen is when you have a lot of incentives aligned to that game, you will see a lot of gamer activity because people are just farming for money there, right? They will come and they will play, they will earn some money, they will move out to some other game the moment you take out the incentives, right? So having that depth of that gameplay is very important, and I've seen more than, one games fail to do that, and they could not sustain in the market, right? So that's one. Second piece is user onboarding piece. It has to be very simple. You cannot expect especially if you are catering, if you want to cater to a larger crowd, not just Web3 natives. So when you are a Web3 native and you start to build a product, you feel it is very simple to, create a MetaMask wallet, sign from MetaMask and engage with the game. But it is not like that for, normal people, right? For people who are not exposed to Web3. So that sometimes, that acts as a barrier to entry for new people to join your game, right? So that's second piece. So you have to simplify the user onboarding, and then third would be around organizing strong distribution channels for your game, right? So it's even if it's the best game in the world, if you don't have strong distribution channel, like if you don't have that intent that you want to run this game as a sustainable business, and you just want to speculate on token, etc., then it's fine. But otherwise, you will have to find distribution channels for that game to reach people who want to play. These can be gaming guilds, these can be competitions, these can be 10 different marketing channels. So I think these three things, are the ones that I have seen lead to a lot of games. They are not able to do as people expect them to do. But I think if they take these three measures, I feel that they will be strongly placed.
Thank you, Arpit.
Yeah, I thought you hit everything on the head there. I guess the only thing I'd add to that is just creating a game where users aren't trying to extract value, rather they actually enjoy the game itself. And outside of that, on the user experience side, understanding if you want to build a game for Web 2 users or actually Web 3 users. It's a little bit different. I think obviously we're trying to build for Web 2 users, but in doing that, we would need things like smart contract wallets, integrated on and off ramps, and so forth. And I think all of that infrastructure is maturing quite fast, so I'm excited to see that integrated within games.
One thing I'll add also from an infrastructure perspective is like there's been this like constant talk around the idea of account abstraction, the idea of like when we talk about wallets, like how much does that really need to be a part of like the user experience, especially as we go to the idea of really targeting the Web 2 audience. Like it takes a special type of person willing to go through the wallet experience, not once, but even as you engage with multiple different games. And so the more you can just generally abstract the whole wallet process apart of the game and get straight to the game. Another thing I would also add is the idea of resetting expectations. So like in traditional waves related to games, first there was the idea of like desktop related games as well as consoles, then it eventually got to mobile, and when mobile happened, the bar of like mobile related quality games just wasn't really there, and we had to really set expectations from a marketing perspective of like, this is the net new value to offset the idea of like, yeah, this isn't going to be direct parity of what you saw on like the desktop side, but this is what you're getting as like complementary additional value. We're going to come into a same situation with Web3 where like, yeah, traditionally Web3 games aren't going to be the same quality as mobile or desktop, but there are net new value props related to ownership or things like that that need to be incorporated as well in terms of some of the storytelling. And it seems like to date, we've kind of just assumed that people are just going to accept games and go through the pains, go through the onboarding stuff, accept the fact that the quality isn't as good. But in reality, we just need to set the right expectations with the users that are actually going to be engaging with it.
Let's deal with these expectations. And I want to get back to Arnav's points. You said that Web 2 audience is a little bit different of Web 3 still, unfortunately. And my next question will relate it to incentivations mechanics. Currently, like I work for media, we see ARM still in media, and we deal a lot with perception that people come to Web 3 gaming only to earn. So my question is, what the best practices of Web 2 games you would advise to implement into Web 3?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it starts from just having parity with the game mechanics itself. I think one thing we forget is the fact that most Web 2 games that are very popular, like the AAA games, they take anywhere from 4 to 7 years to build, and even longer sometimes. And they raise, 3-4 rounds, often based off just the progress they have without having a live game. And nobody in Web3 has done that yet in terms of having that kind of game. But as far as like the Web3 incentivization mechanics, I think rather than have users view the game as if I put in 10 hours, I will earn X amount per hour, it should be more strategy-based, where if, I put up my NFT, I could earn, XYZ in return. So I think also changing the way in which users maybe view the game so it's not purely input-output, it's more strategy-based. So I think that would be interesting.
Thank you.
One thing I'll add real quick actually is in the idea of there's gaming on one side, there's also gamification on another side. And so while gaming, like to your point, like it takes long like build cycles, like you really start to have to wait a lot till you actually get to the point of launching a game. Like for the industry and gaming overall, we're still relatively early there, but like where there's a lot of more short-term value is on the idea of like leaning into things like commerce, loyalty, and gamification of how you directly have enterprise user relationships. And that's something that's probably a little bit more short-term tangible in terms of engaging and expanding the amount of experiences that you're directly tailoring those type of experiences to different users. A lot of those things are a lot more short-term tangible where we can start to test and learn about the idea of how Web3 resonates with broader users so that when gaming comes in, while the audience for gaming is unique, at least we have some data points that we can reference where gamification is kind of that short-term step.
Thank you. Gigi, yeah, I know you have a recent investment in a Web3 game with Web2 roots. The name is Moonveil. Moonveil.
Yes.
Yes. How do you take this decision? Why do you pick this company? And how bullish you are on play-to-earn business model?
Well, I'm glad you picked one of the better companies in our portfolio. However, they're still work in progress. So this is a team that came out from Riot Games. So it's a team that did come from traditional gaming and publishing experience. They're working on the first game, Animal, right now. It won't launch until probably first half of next year. I think number one, the focus is still on good gameplay. So this is a lot of talk on, and it applies to anything else, right? Do they have the product market fit? And then number two, I think it's for any game really, we play for free, but people spend, and games are dependent on people spending in games. Every good game has a good economic model. It doesn't matter if it's Roblox, Minecraft, etc. Fortnite. People are spending. There is an economy inside the game. Whether you know it, you don't know it, you like it, you don't like it. As a parent, you don't like it because your kids are spending too much money on the game, but it's happening. I think Web3 is trying to find out how do you maximize that kind of the economics, right? That's beneficial for both the player as well as the publisher and the developer. There will be more of a share going to the player, right? That's the goal for the people that are playing, owning, and contributing. But hopefully, that payoff is also there for the game owner and the publisher, in that there's longer longevity of the game, so that they can recoup more of their investment. On Moonveil, they're actually taking a very patient approach, and they have the luxury of doing so, because one of the other reasons why a lot of our the failures we've seen in our portfolio is the game companies, they ran out of money. It's not been an easy time in Web3 gaming in the last year and a half. And for the companies that did not raise enough money, but even had good product, they were in a position where they were forced to close or sell the company. And some of them with actually good development and good assets had to sell at a very deep discount. And that was very sad to see. So for Moonveil, it's still a little bit under wraps what they're doing, but we've seen the first demos. We're getting back to very traditional metrics of gaming, which is, what is the retention rate of users after 7-day, 14-day, 1 month, and what is average play time. So it's no longer about how quickly can a game be launched and a token be sold, but really more of traditional gaming metrics, and then how to convert those game economics into something for the Web3 market.
So I have a small point to add, and I think that's a great point that both Arnav and JD mentioned, that we have to this mindset has to change, right? So not everything can be delivered in 3 months or 6 months, right? Delivering a game, it takes time. It will always take time, right? And economics have always been part of good games, right? Not today. Even if you go 10 years back, 15 years back, when games started, people used to buy stuff. People used to buy in-game. There were in-game purchases. It has always been there, right? So I think focus should be on actually creating those sustainable models where the game publisher is earning through the game and not just pure play on incentives just to bring more people to play it, right? So like what is the point of more people playing your game when you are losing money on every one of those players, right? Other than showing that inflated number of users to raise the next round, right? So we have to understand that those basics have to be right, and we have to really monitor the right metric and not, how many people are playing. We are not looking at unit economics at all, right? So it again boils down to like, do you really want to create a gaming business in a sustainable way, or do you just want to, ride this wave for 6 months and then exit?
Thank you. Few personalized questions. So Amir, you're head of product at a promising young growing layer 1. And it's vital for you to take a right decision and develop right verticals. Web3, how big is it vertical in a SUI ecosystem? How bullish you are on it? How many grants you give? How many projects you support in this particular vertical?
Specific to Web3 gaming? Yes. So we're balancing the idea that like SUI as a platform generally leans into use cases that go to the idea of like high DAUs and high general activity because of scalability and some of those metrics. And so gaming naturally feeds in very well to that. It is one use case that we'd lean into, but at the same time, again, I keep indexing on the idea that like games take a really long time to get there. And so we're seeing like traction related to vehicles that will eventually become complementary to gaming. So as an example, the function that NFTs and DeFi generally play is not as much a use case as it is a vehicle to other things like gaming and commerce. And so while there's been a lot of traditional traction to date on the DeFi and NFT space, the idea is that these will eventually and progressively become components to expand the amount that we can do related to gaming. So to answer your question, gaming is probably one of like the two biggest use cases along with commerce / again gamification that we're going to progressively look to like lean into a lot more on the partnership side of things, but we're just very much cognizant of the idea that it's going to take a while to really start to see some of these tier 1 type of games come out. And while there's existing partnerships in place, announcing partnerships with companies like NHN, Orange Comet, like some others like that, it's naturally going to take a while. And so while you'll see a lot of traction on other verticals like NFTs and DeFi, progressively gaming is going to be one of the top 2 things we focus on.
Thank you. Next question, Arnav. Hashkey is a whale in the VC space, and I've seen your recent investment in Carve, which is Web3 gaming infrastructure. Can you elaborate on your strategic? Is it still mostly infra in gaming, or you're bullish on games itself?
Yeah, so I'll start by talking about Carve itself, and they're building solutions around self-sovereign identity and a data incentivization layer. I think those are both incredible. I think the ability to port your data from gaming ecosystem to gaming ecosystem and keep your reputation score with you, your achievements, I think that really is that 10x improvement over Web2 gaming, where any achievements or collectibles or anything you have stays within the confines of the singular game, and none of that is portable anywhere else. So I think that's really cool. And a data incentivization layer where you're able to monetize the data that you have. And I think that's also incredible as well. And as far as whether gaming infra or gaming platforms, honestly, I think it's just whatever makes sense. Depends on the founder, depends on the team, depends on the idea. So I'd say we're definitely flexible. We're obviously looking to back phenomenal gaming founders, wherever that might be.
Great, thank you. Arpit, you have incredible international experience. So can you educate us what the main difference between US, LATAM, Asia, MENA region in terms of consumers, in terms of markets?
Okay, no, I think that can be answered in a lot of different ways. But so generally, if I look at like these different regions, I look at them. For example, some of them are developer markets, some of them are consumer markets, right? For example, Southeast Asia is more of a developer market, right? So they create great products. There are a lot of strong dev shops and developers based in these places. And then if you go to Europe, US, they are like very strong consumer markets where you can, ship your products and earn money, right? But when it comes to gaming, these different regions have very different dynamics, right? In US, or in other Western countries, it's very easy for people to go and just buy and engage with the game. But the biggest problem that even the big gaming companies like EA have had to face for decades is how to monetize or how to earn money from India. Because there is a very different consumer behavior there. There is a lot of piracy in the region. People don't buy. Like at least it used to be like that, some years back. So I think. In terms of consumer behavior, these markets are very different. In terms of product, like culturally, we are seeing a lot of culturally relevant products coming up in these different pockets. which may not be relevant. For example, something coming in India may not be relevant for US, but strong products are coming here. One thing which stands out to me for India, Southeast Asia, like especially India, like these are very strong consumer markets also. Like given the population that we have and the demographics that we have in the region, there is a very strong appetite for consuming good applications cutting across different different use cases. So I feel we will have to look at like very holistically, and I think we may have to qualify this question a little bit to derive something meaningful out of it. But the idea is that different regions have different utility when it comes to providing games or being a consumer of a game. But idea is to kind of focus and understand what are the cultural relevances, what are the specific nuances of that particular region to leverage it to the best of the capacity.
Great. GT, I know you have one of the biggest deal flow in your VC, and I know that you arrange events. My question is, what key trends in Web3 gaming you can see as an investor and as an event organizer?
I think since we're based on Asia, I'll give the Asia perspective. A lot of the games companies with existing IP and users, and these are ones in Japan, looking outside to newer, younger, larger markets that are growing. I think that's going to be a continuing trend. A lot of the IP has been developed. They just need to modify it. They may need to water it down a little bit for Web3, but I think these are great test cases that, some of these IPs are over 10 years old. They've spent millions and millions, and that part of it's done. And now it becomes a distribution, localization, and the publishing story. I think that's a very good strategy. A lot of interest in the space. We've seen a lot of the layer 1 chains really change their focus back to the space. I think the last 2 years ago, they looked at it, they weren't that interested. In the last few years, a lot have come to us basically saying, hey, let's try to do more in the space. So as a gamer, I'm very excited. I'm very excited about all the content that's coming to the market.
Thank you. We have 3 minutes left, and I'd like to finish with the follow question. In your perfect world, what kind of projects you want to be reached by? So can you brief our audience, and maybe Alvaro from New Tribe Capital, maybe Stefano from DWF, maybe Jacob from Superscript will suggest a very cool portfolio company for you guys, and you will make investment in next unicorn. So perfect company for you.
So maybe I'll go first here. So 2 things are very important. The problem that you are solving, like what level of understanding do you have of that problem? So that's very important. A lot of times we have seen companies go really broad. They don't have that sharp understanding of what they want to solve. That's one. Like you have to have that clarity. Second thing is you have to have a sense of distribution channel. Products never sell themselves. Right? So while it sounds very sexy that I'm building such a nice product, it will sell itself, but it generally doesn't happen like that. You have to have a strong understanding or a strong distribution strategy in place. Like that's something which is like very important. So I feel these 2 things are like really important whenever I evaluate any project.
Thank you.
I guess on my end, to his point, a gaming company that's focused on maybe a specific vertical. So maybe a game that taps into a certain subculture, whether that's anime or sports, and natively understands it, where they have that distribution figured out for sure. Outside of that, a game that actually has, is competitive in terms of the graphics and mechanics and so forth with Web 2 games. And lastly, like a crypto economic layer that is actually incentivizing material gameplay, and people are actually enjoying the game versus it being extractive and more, if I play for an hour, I can earn X amount per hour. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Thank you. Cool.
Again, I would lean into the idea of distribution channels. I think gaming is probably the best use case probably to get to the idea of this concept of mass adoption and DAUs and whatnot in a way that others can't. It just is something where there's a real tangible thing that is actually coming out of it that goes beyond speculation. It goes to the idea of entertainment and the idea of establishing relationships with other people. And so being able to lean into this idea of distribution channels and being able to scale up on its own more organically is just something that can't be emphasized further enough. Second, on the idea of, again, problem statements, the idea of what is the net new value that you're adding here. It's going to be hard for a while, again, to be able to compete with other games, like the big games as an example, but the idea of asset ownership or things that are being net new brought in and tying those to specific problems rather than just pitching this isolated solution is going to be critical. So this idea of connecting the problem with the solution and the net new thing that's being brought to Web3, and the idea, again, to your point, of effective distribution channels really driving around DAUs, I think are going to be two foundational things.
Thank you, GT.
Yeah, I mean, I actually see a lot more opportunity. Yes, there's risks, but it's easier and better to develop now than it was 2 years ago. The platforms, the toolkits, already de-risk making a game right now. And if I actually look at the universe of gamers, right, 2.7 billion Web3 gamers, right? And you look at an example, 2 years ago, Axie Infinity, at its peak at 2 million users, right? And that game could monetize the way it did. So it does not, it does not need to be a mega hit game. And there's so many genres and different categories of players and regions that, a relatively small game can actually be very successful. And, you look at things like SocialFi Friendstack, right? They go up to 80,000 users. They can monetize $20 million a month, right? The Web3 is creating models that are not workable in Web2, but work very attractively in Web3. And that's what we look at and the opportunities that a new business model can present.
Great, we are out of time. Dear audience, please applause our speakers. Dear speakers, let's take a selfie. Sorry, 1 second, organizers. Okay, look at me. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. We have it. Thank you, hustlers. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Web3 gaming is probably one of the topics that could go on for hours. So thanks for all of those insightful bits of knowledge. Our next panel will for sure stick to the time limit because their moderator is Sarah, very German, keeps everything on schedule. So Sarah, if you want to come up, our next panel is going to be talking about, let's see here, where are we? Are you coming up? Yeah. Okay. We're also looking for the rest of your panelists. Are they all here with you? Okay, come on up, guys. Back to basics, a deep dive into how VCs invest in crypto projects. This will be very interesting to understand the mindset of the current market and what you guys are investing in. So come on up and let's get the conversation started. Do it.
Okay, they have to adjust. Excuse me. So we are playing musical chairs, Chaldara.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our next panel. It's a very exciting one. We will deep dive in the next 30 minutes on how VCs in the Web3 space currently invest, and we have a very diverse and insightful panel. Lee from MV Global, Vikash from Illuminati Digital Capital, David from OP Crypto, and Vineet from Cypher Capital. And before we start, I just want to check in our audience, how many founders do we have here? Please raise your hands. Okay, how about the investors in the audience? Okay, we have more investors than founders, but I think that makes our discussion even more exciting. Let's kick off with a 1-minute pitch of each one of you to introduce yourself, also your investment scope and thesis. And let's start with you, Lee.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Lee Pickavance from MV Global. We're an investment firm, venture studio, and we also do a lot of advisory work. Our investment thesis, I mean, I'll give you the macro view. We're in a secular bull market for technology. We've been in it for many years. We're going to be in it for many years to come. For our LPs, we're providing broad access to the Web3 ecosystem. We think there's a lot of innovation still happening across all the different subsectors. And so we're taking quite a broad view across the market. Our bias is as entrepreneurs. We love building companies. We love working with founders and new teams. And so our bias tends to be towards teams and founders of really high conviction, no matter where they're building. So we invest and build across infrastructure, middleware, DeFi, gaming, metaverse, etc.
Thank you, Lee. Over to you, Vikash.
Yeah, hi guys, good morning. I'm Vikash Agarwal. So personally, I'm a Bitcoin miner. So I've been mining since 2019, and I'm a partner at Illuminati Capital. So we are a small fund, a $10 million fund, and we just started a few months back. I've been investing since 2020, almost invested in 200 plus projects. With regulated and formulation way, we started 4 months back, and happy to invest and happy to meet new founders here.
Hey guys, it's David here. So I started OP Crypto about 3 years ago. We're early stage cross-border venture capital fund focused on early stage pre-seed and seed. We have a venture vehicle and also we have a fund-of-fund vehicle. So just looking to back the best founders possible, no matter sort of what they're doing at the earlier stage. Very focused on consumer infrastructure, so building for mass adoption in Web3. And also I was leading global strategy and investments at Huobi for 4 years before starting the fund.
Hi guys, good morning. This is Vineet from Cypher Capital. We are a $100 million fund based in Dubai. I've been around for 4 years, over 300 plus investments. In fact, invested in every of Agora conferences event. First one was Casper, second one was Cross the Ages, and third one I'm just forgetting the name. So there were 3-4 investments across. Been investing across the bear season. We never stopped, 3 to 5 investments a month. One of our projects is just launching on CoinList in the next 3-4 days. Happy to meet founders. And your question, where are the founders? All the founders became investors in last season. They made so much money.
That's a very great aspect, no, really. Thank you for the introduction. And as we know, this year was a tougher year. I mean, we had the high of Web3 VC investments in 2021 with around 9.5 billion investments in the Web3 space. Now, currently, we have an average based on the latest Crunchbase data of 1 to 2 billion per quarter. And I want to ask you, in terms of due diligence, since this is one of the key aspects, what are for you the most important factors in terms of due diligence before investing into projects? And also, did you experience specific red flags and lessons learned from past investments? Starting with you, Lee.
Okay, a lot to cover. So we have a fairly structured, mechanistic approach to due diligence. It covers all the usual categories that you would expect, from looking at the market rationale, which includes competitive landscape, market dynamics, all those good things. We look at the customer rationale, right, and the proof points that understand why customers and end users, if it's B2B, what's the rationale for the end user. We look at the commercial and economics of the business. We also look at the technology, and we also look at the team. So it's kind of a pretty standard 5 buckets that we work across. I think the interesting thing, though, with due diligence is you can forget what you're doing with due diligence, right? For me, again, the bias is as an entrepreneur and founder, these founders have a different view of the world. They've seen something that we haven't seen, and they're investing their livelihoods into a new venture. And so for us, due diligence is really about understanding what they see and then trying to find the proof points to make us have conviction that they've seen something unique that others haven't seen that will differentiate them in the market. And so I think it's the lens through which you use DD to analyze the opportunity. There's all the usual things, right? Don't lie, don't falsify things, and lying can just be bending the truth because it will all come out through DD, and it just erodes the confidence in the venture. So it's amazing how excited and passionate these founders, many of them are young, and they want to embellish their backgrounds to be more credible, but actually it's not. You need to take a step back and have, we're looking for these high conviction plays where a founder has seen something very unique in the market, and we want to go on that journey. And so DD is really getting our confidence level up to the same level as a founder. And usually you end up with one or two belief points. And that changes if it's technology play, if it's a B2C play. But every business will have 1, 2, maximum 3 proof points that if you can solve for those 2 or 3 things, you're going to have high conviction this is the play for us to invest in.
Really product thesis and a strong use case is really a key in your DD process. And how's it for you, Vikash, when you evaluated projects in the past, what are the key factors that you consider?
So the most important key factor is founders. So founder and his background is obviously important, how doxed he is, what has been his performance. The product is important, the valuation is important as an investor point of view, at what valuation we are getting, what are the tokenomics. There are standard procedures as well, like you give pointings to different factors of the projects, and you see a lot of points while investing. How is the project performing? What are the other ecosystem project doing? What is USPs? What is uniqueness? And a lot of other stuff. Yeah.
And were there also specific lessons learned from some of the project you have invested in?
Most important from last season investment, I've seen the building and sustainability is important. So you need to work on your cash flows. You need to have a cash flow to sustain. So there will always be a bull market. You will always have a bear market. You need to work on user adoptions. You need to have a cash flow to sustain out through the bear market, so that again you have users coming in and using your product. Again, it's B2B or B2C. Like when you talk about gaming projects, I invested personally in 60 plus games last season, and 95% of the projects have shut down. 70% have not built any products, and 30% who have done, they are doing really good. Like one of the projects I've been watching very closely is Sidus Hero. So they have been building throughout the bear market. They have 10 games, they're coming up with launch pads. There are other good games also. They have been working, and they have been there working on user adaptability, working on the right cause. So completely depends. It's basically a founder who leads the project, and how does it carry. But the fund is most important thing. If you have a good founder and you get out of fund, then your product gets shut down. So working on your cash flows and fund you raise, using it properly is the most important key. Yeah.
Thank you, Vikash. Over to you, David. What are like the key factors in due diligence, red flags you have seen while evaluating crypto projects?
Yeah, I think ultimately it's about trying to spend as much time with the founder as much as possible. So I think for us, we have an office in New York, so we'll always love to welcome founders to come work or co-work with us. We'll get on customer calls together. We'll see how they sort of react to problems in real time, see how they build, and sort of we share resources together. I think also it's important to get like reference checks from the founders and see holistically from their backgrounds that they've done before, how sort of they perform in the past, how they work with people, and how sort of they've dealt with solving the problem at hand. And lastly, I think it's ultimately how much of an expert they are in their field, right? So anytime we get into these more of the nitty-gritty and assessing what they're building is really, you should be able to reasonably learn quite a lot from the founder themselves and be able to really see that he's a visionary expert in the space. So I think it all comes down to really getting as much information in real time as much as possible, and then figuring out and making sort of an educated decision from there. And obviously continue to support the founder as you sort of go along the way.
So for us, there are 3-4 parameters that we look at before investing. First of all is definitely the founders. I've been a founder for 15 years. Ideas can be anything, they can pivot anytime. Founders should be the ones who should hold steady. So, is the founder who has done something in his life. Yes, college students have built great stuff, but 90% of great companies have been built by people who have been in this industry or learned something, industry as well as business. So founders become critical. What have they done? Have they raised in the past? How were their earlier exits? If it's a failed startup, no problem. That works perfectly well. So one is founders. Secondly, we are not an early investor. We come once a lead investor has come. So where is the lead coming from definitely counts. Yes, people say that once a Pantera gets in, the valuation goes high, but we also have to understand that would you invest in Google or would you invest in a penny stock? So the lead source comes into place. Third is what are they trying to do? Does this really have I've coined these terms known as need case and want case. So, people need water and food to survive. Similarly, people need Ethereum because 80% of smart contracts are there. People need BNB because you make money out of the launchpad. Well, there are want cases. You want a Ferrari, you don't die if you... So a lot of these platforms are building these e-commerce things where their token will give you some benefit, has no need case. I can go to Amazon and just buy that stuff. So the token really has to be needed by people. They need to be holding on to that token. So, and finally, it's all about, I think the market for crypto is not, the users will come by 2030. So the founders have to have the vision and the persistence to continue till then and build up a model till then. So these are 4 or 5 things that we look at. Other than that, crypto has those socials and stuff like that, which are other parameters, but I think it all ends up with the founder.
No, thank you for your inputs. I think we can hear out, especially the factor, team, product thesis / real use cases, as well as tokenomics and technology aspect are the key. But again, depending, of course, of the sector, of the projects, you may emphasize on a certain factor even more. So no, thank you for these insights. And now I would come to the next point, which is risk control strategies and efficient exits. Managing risk is crucial as a VC, and how do you strategize to control risk in the volatile crypto markets, and how are also your thoughts on achieving returns and more efficient exits? This question I would like to address to David and Vineet. Starting with you.
Do you want to start or should I go? So again, when it comes to risk and exit strategies, VCs change during markets. At the peak of the bull run, when I was on the GBC stage with one of the VCs, and I said, VCs need to take an exit. He said, no, we have a long-term view. First of all, I don't understand that crypto funds have a 5-year horizon. They're not like equity funds which have 10 plus 3-year horizon. So whenever a token launches, there's no harm in booking profits. It doesn't mean actually going all out and hitting the buy button and dumping everything. It means booking a profit. You have invested $100, it's at 100x, take your principal out and maybe a 2x on the fund. So one key thing is not falling too much in love. You need to book your profit. Second, again, founders really need to do work on them to make us hold their investments. See, I made profits. The best, easiest way for me is to really exit out. I have these cases where I invested in a couple of tokens like Kilt as well as Casper, and I went to my single LP and I said, these tokens should do really well. So he says, so what are you doing? I said, I'm selling. So he says, but these are going to do well. So I said, you can buy it off me. So I actually never sold it in the market, but I sold it to my LP. So when it comes to risk is first, definitely book your profits. Founders have raised their money in USDT. They have their 4 years runway done, build a product, and see to it that the investors keep holding on to. And you keep on meeting. After the raise, founders suddenly vanish. But some of them have been hustling around. I see them at all these conferences. I see them doing partnerships. We'll hold on to. I support my founders. You can ask it from the investments that we have done. But yeah, definitely book profits.
Yeah, I think in my perspective is really about how you enter into investment, right? So I think the proper way to de-risk yourself is to try and get in at a price floor of any given project by investing in the pre-seed or seed, right? So anytime you're investing in a very disciplined manner, you look at the valuation and the average for valuation you're investing into a project, and that's fairly low, like 15, 10 million, that gives you plenty of upside for it to return the fund, right? So I think ultimately it matters a lot at what price you're entering, and also how much runway you've given the project as a whole, right? So anytime you're investing in a project, making sure that they have at least 12 to 18 months of runway at all times. Otherwise, they should do subsequent bridge rounds or up rounds that can give them additional runway and capital. And in terms of like exit strategy, I think it's more so about, have you delivered enough value to the project as an investor to allow them to be at its peak of value accrual, right? So I think a lot of that value accrual comes in the bull market. So anytime that there's a lot of sort of people hyping into the market and there's a lot of retail involvement, I think that's where you're able to then take some profit and realize some of those returns. But I think that's not before you really support the project in a way that you're helping them have value accrual, have value capture, at the same time have the most amount of visibility in the space and market, and have a lot of liquidity as well. So helping, one of the things that we do is really helping them get on as many big exchanges as possible, given my sort of background in big exchanges. So making sure that it's not just, you want to take profit whenever you can. It's more so like, is there enough liquidity for you to even take profit? There's a lot of things that are liquid in the markets, but there's not enough liquidity for you to even sell, right? So also having the right liquidity parameters is also important as well.
No, thank you. I think especially the last part, David, you mentioned is very crucial to really enter a sort of strategic partnership really where you really add value. So on the one hand, okay, from founder side, you expect your profits, but also, especially from investor side, you have to add value as well. And I guess even from our experience when we screened projects, we also saw that really founders seek for the strategic added value to really scale up in their current stage. So that's a very important point you have mentioned as well. And right now, as we all have seen, this year was also tough for founders to raise and seeking investment. And a question for you, Lee and Vikash, what would be the top advice you would give to founders when it comes to tough times of raising funds?
Well, I think it's generally always more difficult to raise than you would hope, unless you're at the top of a bull market and there's a lot of money being thrown around. But I think reflecting on the discussion earlier about due diligence, we all touched on team and founders. And it's such an integral point. Like, I reflect on all the different companies we've done investments in or had conversations with. The ones that stand out are when you leave the meeting and you look at your colleagues and you go, bloody hell, that's a sharp team. Wow, that founder's really on it. Because success comes from that. So as a founder, when you're looking for money and you're pitching, you really need to sell yourself, right? And to sell yourself, you need absolute clarity, focus. You need to go deep into whatever venture that you're proposing. You really need to guide the investors on that journey and help sell that point. So whether you're in a bear market or bull market, if you can convey that confidence and conviction in what you're doing and your idea, you're going to find money. Lots of companies raise money during the downturn that we just went through. But if you can do that, you're going to raise the conviction levels for someone deploying capital, because you have to remember all the VCs, we have bosses, right? We have to go back to an investment committee, we have our LPs, and so we have to go back up through our reporting process or investment decision processes. And we want to have that conviction, right? And so if you have the strong founder and a strong team that's highly focused, then you're going to be in that much better position to raise money. So if you're a founder, be hyper focused on the core things for your venture.
So, being from a commercial background, let me give you some commercial examples. So what happens in the Web2 startups? The founder raise fund, then there's a second round of funding on equity, then you have third round of funding, so you can go on getting fund to run your company for next 10 years. But I'm not seeing this happening in any of the Web3 startups. So you have one chance to raise fund, then maybe you will get a second chance if you do really well. So again, cash flow is very important, and who will give you the fund next round? So these are users. So you need to work on getting user adaptability. So getting users are very important. If you're B2B, you're a B2C project, you need to completely have a substantial budget to sustain, keep marketing on, get users on. So users, you can get free users for like during in gaming projects, you give free tokens to the players, they come for 1 year and then they vanish second year. And second year, you don't have budget again to or user adoptability or very substantial business model in a lot of the games. So users and cash flow, again, I say is very important, and do anything and everything. So that's the most key important point here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for these insights. And now moving forward to 2024, a question to all of you. What do you see as major trends and areas of interest for you as a VC to invest in 2024? And do you believe in specific sectors that drive the next bull run? So starting this time with Vineet.
So again, for us as investment, we don't go segment specific, though I'll give you a few segments. It's always about the founders. A meme coin known as Memeland, which I think Shreyansh mentioned, did a 40x in a bear market. Again, VCs always have this thing that in a bear market, let's go infrastructure because they are raising 400 million or 100 million, they'll survive. But I don't think it's about segments, it's about founders. If the founders have a vision of doing something and there's a real use case, not tomorrow morning, but in the next 10 years, then definitely invest. But if I look at what people are talking about, I think RWS is interesting. Everyone talks about buying and lending and borrowing on Aave and Compound, but imagine the real estate of Dubai lands up on chain, the deed lands up over there, and people can enter into liquidity on those houses. So RW assets in terms of real estate, in terms of Picasso paintings and stuff like that would really work, in my personal opinion. I think gaming will be definitely interesting. Gaming is one season lagging from real crypto. Like 2017, anyone had any crappy idea, raised $100 million. 2020, people had use cases, and next season is about adoption. So similarly, gaming, last season, anyone had any crappy game, raised money. Next season, there will be games. If you go to GDC, you would have seen games really coming across. Third one, I personally believe in NFTs. A lot of people say yes or no, but there's a report that NFTs have been really performing well. And BTC layer to getting liquidity into the BTC ecosystem is being talked about a lot. But again, a bad founder, great idea lands nowhere. A great founder and any idea pivots into a great end result.
Thank you. Over to you, David.
Yeah, so ultimately what we invest in is really the infrastructure for future to allow for better user experiences and better privatized transactions across blockchain. So we're looking at a lot of sort of newer technological substacks in terms of, FHE has been pretty much of a thing that I think won't be sort of very mature now, but will be very much something in the next 4 years. So we invested in a project there. FHA is fully homomorphic encryptions that allows for privatization of data across blockchains. We did another investment in the federated learning space that really has intersection with AI. And then lastly, we also did an investment in the ZK-ML space. So I think all of these sort of new technologies is going to enable for a better and more efficient sort of blockchain substack. But at the same time, like we also do a lot of things that are interesting on the consumer side. Like we did a play on on-chain emojis, right? Allowing you to sort of curate and create your own emojis and have other people pay to utilize sort of the emojis that you create and have different IPs coordinated with that. We also did a gamified sort of sleep to earn project that allows you to really monitor your sleep better and ultimately reward you via loot boxes in order for you to sort of gamify your sleep experience. So I think these are some of the things that we just invested in the past couple of weeks, but always looking at new sort of paradigms that allow for new sort of creations in the space as a whole.
So I agree to Vineet completely. Like RWA is something which is to be watched. It's on the very early stage because you have to have Web 2 things on the Web 3 to again build up a trustless environment. But it's definitely going to come up good. Bitcoin ecosystem is something which is catching up hugely. The DeFi is the Bitcoin. If you want to stake Bitcoin, you need to go to Aave or Compound, you need to convert to WBTC and do it. So definitely Bitcoin ecosystem is something which is going to come up. I'm very bullish on gaming again. So gaming, the more improvised version of games and better games coming up. And metaverse is something which is to be looked at. So metaverse is going to take a good way.
So we take a slightly maybe different approach. We try and run a counter-cyclical investment strategy. So we're actually just finishing the final investments from our current fund, trying to deploy all our capital before the next 18 months bull run. And we would prefer to raise capital during the bull run and then deploy again, right? So it's somewhat counter-cyclical. But having said that, I think there's a few observations. One is our industry is very narrative-driven, right? So we've heard about RWA, but actually the tokenization of real-world assets, non-bankable assets, and private liquid asset classes has been around for 5 or 6 years, right? It was one of the first things people tried to do, and we're 5 years into that journey. So will there be great investment opportunities over the next 18 months in that field and sector? Yes, absolutely, because it's going to be narrative-driven. But from an investment perspective, if your time horizon is a bit longer and you're not just looking to dump your tokens, it's actually not a straightforward play. My own bias is towards wider mass consumer adoption. So I'm quite interested in gaming, NFTs, and applications that are more B2C in nature. Traditionally, that's where you see technology adoption happening. Where institutions and enterprises, we've been talking about this for years, institutions are coming, yes, they're coming slowly, but they have a much different risk appetite to a consumer user-based market. So for me, on a personal level, I'm looking more for consumer-based narratives over the next 2 years.
No, thank you very much. Even from our side, we've been very much looking forward to consumer-facing application that drive mass adoption. 2.5, but also RWA and ZK-related projects is also something we are looking at into 2024. And thanks a lot for your insights. We actually still have 2 minutes, so if there are questions from the audience, please raise your hands. We would still have a bit of time. Is there any question? If not, then feel free to reach out to our panelists after the panel. Okay, there's one question, Katie.
Okay, so I heard NFT 2 times, and so many people are saying the NFT market's dead. So I thought maybe you guys could give some examples of NFT projects you're investing in, or you've looked at, or that you're hoping to see in the next year.
So for me, again, I started in NFTs very late. I started last year, but because we invested in a lot of NFT platforms. We are in Symbol, which is backed by Google. We are in Few and Far, which was Pantera backed. Is going nowhere now, maybe. But so they basically got me involved. The ones that I have been investing in so far include the blue chips, includes the Bases, Macy's, CryptoPunks. Again, people don't understand what NFTs are. Yes, there's an art form available, but it's also about a community. I look at a CryptoPunk NFT as a way to be part of this exclusive community of people where I can land up with business ideas as an alpha. So it's not about just investing in any image, but investing somewhere where the community has value. If you're an influencer, go towards Basie Macy. If you are a OG or a real, I would say, billionaire, go towards because the business opportunities are there. Look at game NFTs as well. If you think the game is amazing, like I remember we've invested in, I'm forgetting the name of the game. It's like, it was top of the Epic Games recently. I'm just forgetting the name for some reason. So if it has real use case and people are going to play, your NFTs will be in value. Buying anything and everything. When I started, I didn't know that a base, what do you call, Ethereum base is different than OAYC. They have no value. There was no community in there. So look at these communities. If there are great artists as well, Rafik just went on MoMA and his art really went ballistic. So then there's the art form of it as well. Do some due diligence, look at what the trends are, and just don't randomly buy any image that is, any JPEG which calls itself an NFT.
We have another question. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Siddiq. So all these great capitals are sitting here. You know, all of you are aware, out of 8 billion people on earth, maybe 7% of the world population, they know about cryptocurrency. And
3%, 4%, sorry.
Only 4%.
Yeah, 400 million wallets.
4%. I think latest report 900 million. Somebody I have read somewhere. Almost all the nations, 900 million people are using. Anyway, so means if you say 4%, means 96% of the world population, they don't know what is this. And now what's happening in the world, like $4.5 billion fine for Binance and all. If this thing are going to happen with the trillionaires like Binance and all, how the normal people can survive in India or any other country, because many nations are scared of crypto and all, but this can empower each and every human on earth, because as far as human beings are concerned, time is the greatest asset of our life, and it is uncertain. There is no guarantee for our life or body. And 70% of our time we all spend for making money. So how crypto can enlighten and empower each and every human on earth? Because even a nursery class student, they can open a crypto wallet in 2 minutes. And once they have a crypto wallet, they are global citizen. They are connected to the entire world. So this greatest technology ever happened in this world, not yet gone to the right people. So do you have any plans to educate the world, including all the major schools, colleges, universities across the world, and make it as a money power should be a birthright for all human beings in this world, because no one can live in this world without money. We only get free air and free sunlight. Even if I want to die, I need money. So money is like oxygen. Money is like lifeblood. So do you have any plan to create a global awareness, education, training across the world, all the nations? Thank you.
So, sir, it takes 9 months to make a baby. You can't make a baby in 1 month. So point here is that we have started 10 years back. Industry takes time to develop. People will get educated. People will come on board. There are use cases. When you look at Lebanon, the local currency doesn't work. Imagine the use case USDT brings there. In Zimbabwe, what it brings. So it takes time to come. I consider crypto as the 1980s stock market of India, where people did not have a clue that a share represents the future earning potential of the world, of the company. 20 years later, 15% of the world population is in their shares. Stock markets is a big market in India. In 80s, we had the Harshad Mehta scam and the Ketan Parekh scam, but we also had billionaires in Junjunwala who got made. So crypto is early. Look at the people around. It's not even, it's not a major population in there. It's only 3% of the world population. Will take time. Use cases will come. A lot of speculators right now, but that's okay. Time will bring use cases and people will get on board. Whole of Africa will come on board. Whole of Latin America will come on board. India will come on board. It will be a great market in 10 years.
Also, I want to add on that, great points, Vineet. So really one part is also like this customer experience, right? If we talk about mass adoption, if you play a game or if you use a certain application, does the user really need to know what's happening in the background? So really have the seamless experience. And of course, education will play a role as well. So this is again the responsibility, even for us as investors or even the founders, to add this educational aspect. But a third important angle is again also regulations, right? We still don't have the crystal ball for the next 1-2 years what's happening. So I think these are all the macro factors that will shape our space as well. So definitely is something where we should look out for. And I think with that, we reached already over time our panel, but thanks a lot to our panelists. Please give a round of applause to each one of them.
Thanks, guys. That was fantastic. You guys heard it here, so NFTs and founders. I think the biggest takeaway from This isn't easy. Everyone needs, it's just, being a founder is difficult, but that VCs look at the founder, they see your hard work, so don't give up, right? And next year is going to be a big year, so we need to just keep positive. Okay, so we're going to close out the morning session now with a presentation, The Free Zone of the Future for Companies of the Future. Dr. Samer Al-Ansari, if you're here, please come on up and we'll get the presentation started. Is he here? Come on up. It's like funny.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? All right, perfect. So I've got 9 minutes, 55 seconds, so it's going to have to be the elevator pitch, as they call it. But let me start with a question. How many of you have been to Ras Al Khaimah? Okay, so 5 to 10%. All right, that's not bad. I've been to some places where I don't get a single hand go up. All right, so I'm today going to talk to you about the free zone of the future for the companies of the future, RAC Digital Assets Oasis. Why RAC Digital Assets Oasis? So a lot of you who know this space well, who know the UAE well, are probably wondering why. We've got Dubai Vara, we've got the financial centers, etc., etc. So why create a free zone for virtual and digital assets? And the whole point of creating this free zone of the future for the companies of the future was to actually create solutions that complement this great jurisdiction called the UAE. Because the UAE is already doing a lot of things in this space. And a lot of you come from all over the world, and a lot of people that are working all over the world in this space have been looking for solutions, have been looking for a home, have been looking for a jurisdiction where they feel they will be protected, that they feel they'll be safe, there is the right infrastructure, legal environment, banking environment, access to capital, human resources, etc., etc. And the UAE, frankly, ticks all of those boxes. But what we wanted to do was also create something that is complementary to what is already happening in the UAE. So instead of creating another regulator for the space, we actually created a free zone that is just focused on digital and virtual assets, number one. Number two, that specializes in the unregulated activities, so that if you're an exchange, if you're a custodian, if you're doing brokerage, etc., vast regulated activities, you have VARA, you have ADGM, you have etc. to go to. But if you're doing the other 95% of business in that space, you don't need a regulated license. You don't need very expensive licenses, expensive real estate, compliance, etc., etc. So that's why we created RAC Digital Assets Oasis with specialized license activities, simplified process. We do not do regulated activities. We get so many inquiries every day about regulated activities, and we send them to our colleagues down the road. We do not do regulated activities. We spent a lot of time before we launched focusing on what are the pain points, what are the challenges for you as founders, projects, blockchain, gamers, etc., 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 building projects in this space. And banking kept coming up in every conversation. So we made sure even before we launched that we addressed the banking challenges. And every single company that's come to us in the last 2 months that's been licensed by us has opened a bank account, which is a huge achievement and shows that it can be done. And we do accept payments in crypto, so we walk the talk, as they say, right? Right, so the wow factor, and I think I've already started to talk about this, but let me add a few other things to it. So already we said and I'm already down to 6 minutes. So we already said, look, the UAE is a great jurisdiction. It's ticking all the boxes. But Dubai is expensive, Abu Dhabi is expensive, and for a lot of these projects, cost counts. It matters, right? So from here, literally from here, get in the car, come to Rakdao, it's 45 minutes. I think it takes a little bit longer to go to the Palm. So Ras Al Khaimah is literally a suburb of Dubai. It's not, another country 3 hours away. But, very importantly, half the cost of doing business, half the cost of living, half the cost of real estate, half the cost of the offices, etc., etc., etc. So cost really does matter. And we're not selling Rakdao just on the basis of costs. It's about the ecosystem too, because in the other free zones, you're going to be sitting with somebody who's doing commodity trading, somebody selling mobile phones, somebody is doing some industrial manufacturing, whatever. In Rakdao, you're only going to be surrounded by people who are doing these activities, right? Who are in this space, who will speak your language, will be potential clients, potential advisors, potential investors, etc., etc. That's what counts. That's what matters. In a safe environment, in a friendly environment, in a cost-effective environment, etc. So we talked about NFTs just now. We talked about gaming. We get a lot of inquiries for proprietary trading, a lot of inquiries actually on NFTs. So that we designed this so that it complements everything else that's happening in the UAE. And that provides you with a holistic solution. This is not about competition with Dubai and Abu Dhabi. It's about making the UAE really a compelling jurisdiction for digital and virtual assets. Let me see what I've missed. So we've talked about these things, 170 business activities, the banking relationships. We've already signed about 30 MOUs with blockchain, gaming, cyber security, you name it. ESCA, ADGM courts, the IFC courts, all of the things that you will care about. When you've set up a company and something inevitably always goes wrong, you need to know it's common law. You need to know I can go to the right courts and know that the right thing is going to happen and I'm in safe hands. So all of these things we've spent a lot of time and effort creating right from the start. I'm just conscious of time, so just want to focus on the key slides. Now, so you see the activities here, but what's been very important for us is to not stop with just launch a free zone, put some activities on the board, have some friendly regulations, but actually continue to work on what are the pain points? What are you as communities looking for? What would make sense to come and relocate to Ras Al Khaimah that then is actually really complementary to what's happening in the UAE? So one of the things that we will launch in hopefully January is new full regulations on DAOs. Digital Assets Oasis, DAO, was chosen for a reason, because we want to be, I think the way it's going to be, think DAO, think RackDAO. Does that work? Think DAO, think RackDAO? There you go. So the future is going to be that. And we are going to be launching regulations, solutions for DAOs with a full legal wrapper. We've spent a lot of time and effort on understanding what is the market looking for, how do DAOs work, what's not working today, what's missing, what do they need to function better. And the legal wrapper has always been the challenge. And we're really happy, actually, to see that and we've signed the MOU with the ADGM for this and for other reasons, but ADGM is very focused on developing their courts and their resources to cater for technology, digital assets, and virtual assets. So they're adding resources that understand Web3, that understand smart contracts, and all the things that the courts need to understand if they want to function in this space. So they will provide the courts for our legal wrapper so that people can come from all over the world, create their DAO, attract DAO, and they don't even need to be here. That's the other beauty with what we're creating. A lot of the free zones are about frankly, real estate. I've been here 36 years. I spent a lot of time with Dubai Holding. I used to always joke, we're, okay, no jokes. Don't upset many people. But it was this city, that city, internet city, media city, whatever city, it's just all real estate. So we're not about that. We're about creating solutions for you as a community, wherever you are. You don't even have to be in the UAE. You want a sure legal structure that stands the test of time in a credible jurisdiction like the UAE. And again, I won't pick on some of the other jurisdictions, but as soon as you put a name like, okay, let's pick on Samoa or Marshall Islands, there's going to be a red flag at compliance immediately. The bank is going to say, don't think so, I'm not going to open a bank account for you. But when you have a license from a UAE company, then you're more likely to have a bank account. So, 20 seconds left. Look, I'm here. I can't tell you everything in 10 minutes. If you have any questions, please come and talk to us. We've got a great website, and so come and talk to us, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, and you can maybe take a photo of that, or what do they call them, the barcodes. All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Doctor. So that's great. That just is telling us that Dubai is getting bigger and bigger, more places for people to set up. That's the end of the morning session. Now we're going to have some networking and lunch and prayer. It's also the one-to-one sessions now, which is the core of Agora. So for those that have that, those appointments, please head out there. And we'll see you guys all back here at 2. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. The conference will start in 2 minutes. So if you're in the lobby, make your way to the ballroom. 2 minutes. Thank you. A final call. Please, if you are in the lobby, make your way to the ballroom. We're starting now. Please make your way to the ballroom. We're starting now. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Welcome back to the afternoon. Just a quick reminder. Oh, it's not up. Can you put up the QR? Just a quick reminder, Agora has launched its own token, and you guys can scan. We'll put it up in a minute. They're doing a pre-sale, so everyone that's here can scan this and get access to the pre-sale of the token for Agora, which is very exciting news because they have a great high-quality community. Accessing the token means that you can be more involved. So take a look at that. We'll give you a minute to scan that. This afternoon, we have 3 panels. So let's get the first one started with, once again, Anna from Cointelegraph. Accelerator is going to be our moderator, and then she has with her Jason, Joseph, Tobias, and Yada. So please come to the stage. Welcome to the stage. They're going to be talking about decentralized finance and regenerative finance. So very exciting topics. Thanks, guys. Is there a seat? Anywhere you want to sit is fine. They should? No, they're putting up right now. Can you guys put up the panel slide for them? Yeah? There you go. Oh, do you want to sit according to your pictures? Yes, it's easier. Okay, go ahead.
How are you? Did you have a good lunch?
1-1. Hi, everyone. Hope you had a good rest, tasty lunch, good coffee. So it's our first panel after relaxed lunch. Let's get back to work. Let's hustle a little bit. And we have DeFi Finance and ReFi panel. Before we will dive into DeFi world, I want you guys introduce yourself and give our audience reasons to listen to you for the next half an hour. Don't be humble. Please give us the reasons and take your speaker slots.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Jason Brannigan. I've been in the crypto and blockchain space for coming up to 10 years now, personally. Previously, I worked in traditional finance, managing a multi-billion-dollar pension fund in London, before moving into crypto full-time in 2021, where I'm now general partner of Kronos Ventures, which is the ventures arm of one of the largest market makers in crypto. So we kind of invest across the board in blockchain, and kind of early investors in the likes of Layer 0, DYDX, things like that. So yeah, pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Joseph?
Yep. My name is Joseph Lassen. I'm an investment partner at CMT Digital, based in London. CMT Digital has invested in hundreds of crypto projects, many DeFi projects since 2015. We run a trading firm and also venture capital arm, so quite well versed on both sides of the liquid and illiquid token markets and equities markets. We have quite a broad mandate and focus on anything kind of tangentially related to blockchain, but do have a focus on DeFi and infrastructure investments. So,
thank you. Tobias?
Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. I'm Tobias. We run Blockchain Founders Fund, which is a early stage venture capital fund based out of Singapore. We now have invested, I think, in over 150 companies since end of 2017. Also a lot of diverse projects in there, from infrastructure-based projects to DeFi, a little bit of GameFi we have done here and there as well. And we also invested in funds. So we are LPs in a couple of other crypto funds, predominantly based in the US, just more from a strategic deal flow perspective. And I'm originally from Germany, and my background is predominantly in investment banking, private equity.
Thank you. Yara?
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you all had a good lunch. I'm Yara from WellEarn, and I represent WellEarn as VP of Marketing. We are a decentralized wallet where you can basically trade from on-ramp and off-ramp. We've partnered with MoonPay and OnRamp and Mercury, all of these big payment providers, and we're also planning to expand in the UAE and just all regions around. We're heading big to next year's about that we're going to all kind of conferences offline, so I'm very grateful to be here in Agora's conference.
Great. I'm head of BD at Cointelegraph Accelerator. So guys, judging from the amount of requests at Cointelegraph Cryptopedia, ReFi, it's still not that well-known terminology. So before we will dive into deeper questions, please, how do you determine what ReFi is? I don't know, Tobias, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a quite interesting topic, and indeed not so much well known. I think it's actually more well known in a lot of people immediately associate with sustainability, and I think carbon offset is something which pops in a lot of people's mind. And obviously, I think there are two less projects building in the space as of now, and a lot of people tie it back to DeFi, where obviously we had a lot more projects, a lot more exposure, and interesting things happening. And then how can we put that in the more sort of regenerative idea around the financial space of things, but that obviously covers a lot more than carbon offsets, right? I mean, we've seen interesting plays in B2B, we've seen interesting plays even in B2C, which I'm going to touch on in a second, because I do think that's probably something, not so many people have heard about. But in just like energy trading, I think it's a big thing. So I worked for Eon a little bit many years back, and we're basically trying to figure out how can we make that whole thing more transparent. And I think that's where blockchain comes into play. And the interesting thing here is that it's a massive market, which kind of is probably not known to a lot of people. And there's so much challenges in transparency, and also from a reconciliation perspective, it has a lot of problems and challenges. And that's where that space ties in at first. So that's where it got bigger first. And I think that's where we're going to see a lot of growth. But then it's also going to venture out into how can you trace that? How can you put it on a chain? How can you facilitate the energy market in itself? How can you make carbon offsets more transparent? And even on the B2C side, where we think everybody's trying to be a little bit more careful of what they're doing, your own carbon footprint, your own water spend, all these things. So we have seen even like play to earn projects in a sense, which help you and also reward you for being more active in that community, right? So I think it ties into a big piece, which we are happy to dissect on stage in a couple of seconds. But I think it's a lot more than just sustainability and carbon offset, because it opens a massive market which has probably been unserved and has been very intransparent, and a lot of corporations as well as funds complain about it. So I think that maybe gives a high-level idea.
Thank you. Guys, do you have something to add on top of it?
I couldn't agree with more. Like everything that you've just said already touched base on the refi topic. But yeah, I'm more happy to connect the DeFi with the refi and just see how it can evolve in the future.
Thank you. So let's start with the questions. What role do you see for traditional financial institutions into DeFi and refi? So that's a chain, right? Traditional financial institutions, DeFi, and then we're shifting into refi. So, yeah.
Yeah, happy to start off on that, and kind of having come from that world, can sort of add first-hand experience. I think a lot of the traditional financial world is a lot more inefficient than I think people realize, particularly on the kind of private market side of things, and then touching on what Tobias was talking about with regenerative finance. DeFi directly solves for a lot of those issues. It promotes a more open, transparent financial system, which also provides more access. And I think that's kind of a key word. And so whether that's access, for emerging market countries, to traditional financial products, treasury yields, things like that, ways to keep their money safe outside of unstable banking systems, but also access within the institutional side of things. And I was talking to Joseph about this just before we came on this panel. There's a world of like pension funds and things like that, where typically if you're investing into like an infrastructure fund, private equity fund, there could be minimum ticket sizes to invest in these things of $50, $100 million. That not only obviously price out any retail investor or most retail investors, it also prices out quite a large percentage of the financial industry, whether it's insurance funds, pension funds, things like that. And through DeFi and blockchain, we're able to create liquid secondary market opportunities for these funds and for these asset classes, which are in the traditional world completely illiquid. So this isn't just, I think crypto needs traditional finance assets to really grow. We need to have more utility, more, real world assets is obviously a huge topic. But I think the traditional market also needs crypto and blockchain in order to bring it forward and really kind of improve and solve for issues which currently there aren't any solutions for.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to add a little bit more context as well, kind of on the institution to consumer side, I think there are many geographies in the world where I've spent a lot of time in Africa recently and see situations in which the financial institutions don't necessarily function well in kind of the fiat sphere. But once you add a blockchain component, or you are able to offer, yields or other digital assets on platforms, neobanks, or even through traditional banks, consumers are more prone to buy those assets, transact in those assets, and I think that adds a huge sort of market share to things like stablecoins and the ability to transact in traditional financial markets, as well as the digital asset markets. So there's kind of a merging of the consumer sphere through the traditional finance and digital finance world.
Thank you. Guys, let's proceed with the next question. What are the most challenging regulatory issues that stop scaling of ReFi? Yara, ladies first.
Yara, ladies first.
Sure. Obviously, the traditional asset right now is facing, like, where it bridge between decentralized finance is the regulations and the connection between the KYCs and to us. And obviously, with our platforms or with any platforms or any brands, the first step is definitely to consider whether you want to associate yourself with Vara or you're just only staying on the DMCC side. So that's something to take into consideration for if you're planning to launch a token or projects. I wouldn't rush into just launching a token without any utilities. And of course, when it comes to the real world assets and traditional finance, utilities are associated always with tokens. So same goes to DeFi and decentralized finance.
Thank you. Tobias?
Yeah, just to quickly to add on to this, I think, Dubai is one example, which is obviously a little bit more on the forefront of regulating a lot of these projects across different, free zones or regulatory framework. But I think the biggest challenge is that, a lot of people refer to, for example, like the energy market to a global market, right? There's a lot of global trade happening. Of course, there's a localized market as well with specific providers. But the challenge for ReFi is it always has to be, in my opinion, a local and a global movement. So for you as a startup to operate in it, and you see how fragmented the regulatory landscape around the world is, you have the US, right? You have the UAE, then China is always a big player, but banned the usage of crypto in a sense that it has to only come from the government side. Singapore is, I think also quite advanced in terms of the crypto aspect. Hong Kong came now into place. So there's a constant conversations we're having with founders of where to set up these entities, right? Or where do you launch a token from? And how is that going to be structured? Where's your foundation? Where's your offering entity? Which I think put a lot of friction into starting a business in the first place, right? Because if you constantly have to be worried that you're going to be in some sort of regulatory, spider web where you might not get out of it, it just keeps people from joining these sectors, right? And you might just want to move away from the technology and do something where you feel more comfortable with it, or spend less, money and time on legal and advisory fees. And I think, especially in ReFi, that's such a big challenge which we're trying to tackle here, and it has so much potential that I think there needs to be a more unified framework before we see a lot more adoption in there. And also because a lot of these, investments or underlying business ideas, which are basically, transparency and democratization of access predominantly, you need a token probably, or people assume that needs a token with a utility because that makes it then tradable. You offer secondary markets and all these things, which gives a whole new liquidity level to a more illiquid market, or at least a market which is typically run by predominant players and doesn't give access to people who don't have the capital, as we just heard, or knowledge, or just access in general. So I don't think we will see a crazy uptrend on a global scale as soon as we resolve some of these regulatory changes and make it accessible and less fearful for a lot of the founders who are willing to take a bet on this.
That's a good point about scaling. Let's specify on it. So early adopters are icebreakers. Mass adoption is vital for any technology. Where do you expect early adopters, or where you can mention early adopters of ReFi, and where do you expect mass adoption? Which vertical kind of project, maybe geography? Please, who wants to be first?
Yeah, happy to start. So yeah, on the topic of adoption, I think, so interestingly, I think that the previous kind of cycle that we had for crypto more broadly, blockchain, was kind of the key theme was innovation. You know, we had a lot of the key DeFi innovations happened last cycle, a few years ago. Now, you know, and you know, some of these other guys are, you know, investing in early stage projects as well, and we do a lot of DeFi. Now I'm kind of seeing, rather than every day speaking to founders that are creating something completely brand new, completely something radically innovative, which obviously we love to see, but it's more so on the kind of adoption side of things where we're not seeing as much kind of innovation as you might have done in 2020 for DeFi, but we're seeing smooth iterations where people are taking the innovation we previously had and making it usable and applying it to use cases like refi, and DeFi more broadly, where people can now apply it in their everyday lives. And we're seeing the application of that, you know, across like South America, Africa, places like that, where now we're actually adopting it into people's lives and actually, you know, changing them for the better and giving them access to financial products they wouldn't have.
Can you specify this change into the better with particular name of succeed companies and maybe some traction? I don't know, some refi entity gained traction of 1,000 users successfully.
I mean, there's kind of a few different examples. Yeah, probably the biggest example, and again, we were discussing this before the panel, so not refi specifically, but if you look at stable coins and the adoption they've had, you know, in emerging markets, people are using USDT on like Tron Network, for example, for like essentially contactless payments in shops. And it's because their local currencies are devalued heavily, very volatile. And so the easiest way for them to transact in a stable currency is, you know, through the dollar and through crypto payments, because it's so easy for them to use this. And this is being used every day by literally millions of people. And Tron has billions of dollars in stablecoins on their platform purely for this reason.
Thank you. Joseph, Tobias?
Yeah, so I think refi, Tobias kind of mentioned this at the beginning, can also be extended into other applications of basically finance that allow for regeneration, specifically on the blockchain. One of the companies that we've invested in basically takes what would otherwise be flared natural gas and instead runs Bitcoin mines on that flared natural gas. So you're mitigating methane emissions while you're mining the Bitcoin network. And then through that, you can sort of increase the awareness of you know, crypto and blockchain. And this can be done anywhere in the world. We just funded a company in Nigeria that's doing the same thing. And so I think there's kind of very specific use cases where blockchain and refi can be used and where there is true practical application all over the world. And then mass adoption, I think, comes from things like stablecoins, where there is additional access to financial infrastructure, yields on infrastructure that can be built out over time. There's a couple of platforms that are now building kind of B2B2C access to real-world yields, RWAs, that could all be kind of in the refi space. And so I think there's a couple of different aspects to kind of the specificity initially of the adoption and then kind of the mass adoption that comes from either the investment in those projects or just general kind of adoption from blockchain infrastructure generally. So that's how we see it, as kind of two buckets in some ways.
Toby?
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot of interesting examples, right? I mean, there's a company called Power Ledger, for example, which I think is a quite interesting example between peer-to-peer trading of renewable energy. Which I think is an interesting concept because, I mean, if you have a solar panel on your house or something like this, and it, you know, maybe bigger than one, maybe you have your whole house covered, then you basically just have to take the energy price which is given to you, right? And you have basically no control over that, but why wouldn't you be able to trade that to someone who's more in need, pay more, pay less? So you can basically build a whole secondary market where everyone else could technically engage, and it's peer-to-peer, it's direct. You don't have another person in between who takes a cut, and that opens a whole different energy level, which eventually, if you have a price competition, will hopefully benefit the consumer, because there's not a couple of companies in a country which would basically dominate the price based on availability of the electricity, for example. And that becomes very interesting if you do it on scale, right? If like a lot of people are going to do that, because that's going to change energy rates. It's going to give people a different way of having income as a trading market. But then at the same time, I just talked recently to companies called Green Mining DAO, which is a Germany-based company. I don't know if you've heard of this before, but basically they are trying to democratize access to Bitcoin mining, because if you set up a mining farm, it obviously it's not that cheap. And basically launching it as a DAO, and the green piece is like of using underutilized energy in South America, for example, because we obviously have an energy imbalance, right? Like we have a lot of energy during the day, but especially morning and evenings where like a lot of energy is needed. We don't have that, and then like storage becomes a problem. But how do you use that effectively and then push it into mining operations where you take a cheaper rate and basically which gives another profitability layer to your systems. And that can be democratized, meaning you can have access to that and you can actually trade it. So a mine actually becomes a liquidity area basically for anyone who wants to have access to another different way of an asset class.
Thank you. Yara, I have special questions for you later on. And dear investors, we have quite volatile regulatory field. Still we have to invest. Still we have to take decisions to put your cash into particular companies. So how to find a balance between investing in DeFi, and still keep eye on regulatory field?
Yeah, happy to kind of take a first try at this one. So we're a fund that is quite global, but we have headquarters in the US. At the moment, we are very cautious about token projects that are being launched in the US due to the SEC's positioning. We've seen a lot of lawsuits from the SEC that are targeting very specific token projects or NFT projects or exchanges in the US. And I think because of that, so I'm based in London personally. We've seen the FCA, which is the financial regulator in London, or in the UK, and the EU regulatory framework, which just passed MiCA, which is a framework for basically how tokenized assets should be treated, how they should be regulated, how they should be issued and custodied. And a lot of the good projects and founders are now domiciling in the regulatory frameworks that are more friendly or even just more clear. They don't even have to be necessarily friendly, but they just have to be clear to say, we're not going to launch this token and immediately get sued or have an issue with the regulator. So I think what we look at is on a global scale, we're still backing innovation and innovative projects in DeFi and kind of across the crypto spectrum. But we are very careful about how the legal entities are structured, where these tokens are issued. A lot of our companies are now geofencing certain geographies or users in certain geographies because they know that otherwise there will be kind of regulatory consequences, if you put it that way. So for us, we're obviously incredibly bullish on this industry over the next 5 years, 10 years, 25 years. But it is tricky. You have to make sure that you're sort of playing in the right jurisdictions and areas. I don't think necessarily that innovation is being stifled by certain countries prohibiting it, because founders are going to go where they're accepted and capital is going to go where it's treated well. And so we have jurisdictions where we're focused more than other jurisdictions, and that's just the nature of it. But I think innovation won't slow down, and regulators should work with companies in the space to attract that capital and attract those founders, or else they'll fall behind. So that's kind of how we're dealing with it.
Joseph, thank you for a comprehensive answer. We have just 6 minutes left, so I have one specific question to Yara, and then we have one general question. Yara, you are VP of Marketing. It's hard to target B2B solutions, and it's hard to target new things to broaden audience. So can you share your best experience in marketing, but also maybe some fails, and what makes DeFi, Refi different from other verticals?
Very happy to share that. So we actually just launched our marketing activities and campaigns in this year, March. So in 7 months of time, we've already reached 1 million total users and daily active users about 80,000. And that's not a joke because we combined our total wallet registered and the apps registered. So in total, it's supposed to be 2 million, but we just count as 1 million because it's on our platform. So the way to go is definitely constant regulations of activities. We post 7 days a week on Twitter, and we want our users and audience to always be up to date to what's going on, and especially sharing activities. I wouldn't want to say doing too much AMA will help because there's so much projects are doing AMAs and talking about just regular things that are not interesting enough. What you should do is really just focus on product building and providing enough customer support. Our customer support team is like 24/7 online, and that's the best way to really compensate your product and your community. One failed, probably we didn't have any fail. Like because of my experience, I'm very confident that the KOLs and the people that we're working with.
Maybe some fail from the industry.
Sure. From the industry.
Yeah. But in the same space, I mean, DeFi and Refi.
I wouldn't want to point names, but there's definitely some fails. I'm not going to point names, but I can say one GameFi projects probably spend way too much money on their marketings. And marketings in general, is like agency would definitely charge you crazy amount, but just to make sure to do a background check on these expenses and KOLs that you're working with. Are they really that good, or are they just a bluff?
Thank you. We still have just 3 minutes left. So here we are to increase our network. So now we have time to brief this brilliant audience why you are here and what kind of projects, VCs, you want to be reached by. So I'm here to enhance my network, to reestablish relationship like with my friends New Tribe Capital, Juliet and Alvaro. And I'm happy to meet new VCs and new startups. And you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally it's just interesting to speak to kind of like-minded individuals at the forefront of the industry. So I think, we're a VC, we've been actively deploying for the past few years consistently. So always happy to speak to other investors and any kind of startups that are looking for capital generally. And I've kind of met a few already today, and the quality's been really high. So always happy to chat.
Yeah, compliments to Agora conference. If there is someone, if not, just retell them. Thank you.
I would echo the same thing, and thank you to the conference. I agree the quality has been quite good. We're also a venture fund. We're actively deploying in the market earlier stage. So if there's founders kind of pre-seed through Series A or Series B, would love to chat with you. And then also investors that have kind of a unique perspective on the industry or are looking at the industry generally would love to connect.
So being based in Singapore, we are a global fund, so it's always good to be in a region. There's a lot of in and out. Everybody kind of passes through here. It's great to reconnect with a lot of familiar faces also here. And I spoke at Agora quite a few times now in Hanoi and in Dubai most of the time, and I think in Saudi as well at some point in time. And happy to connect with founders. I already met a couple of you guys in the one-to-one, which was exciting. And then of course, gotta be honest, Dubai is also a lot of fun. So happy to be here.
I also want to special thanks to Obai. He's been so nice treating us very nicely and invited us to a private event of VC last time as well. So Agora has been doing a very good job at housekeeping and just providing the best service. I'm here to just expand our brand recognition in general because we're quite a newly startup and scaling up right now. And it's important for us to get, of course, very important people of you over here to get the recognition and just be out here.
Great. Dear audience, please give some applause to these brilliant minds.
Thank you.
Dear speakers, let's just take a selfie and thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Nice job. She has a product that's doing something similar to what you're talking about in terms of payments, stablecoin stuff.
We just put Barbara on one of our company's boards. So
Yeah, she's amazing.
she's awesome.
She should be here.
I'll introduce you if I see her.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Okay, sorry. Thank you guys, that was great. I especially like the fact that I think it was Jason talked a bit about emerging markets, which is such an important topic and doesn't get enough stage time, so thank you. The next panel is actually, I'm going to move from host to moderator, so I'll call up my fellow panelists, Juliet, Belinda, Jenna, and I think that's it, right? When you guys are ready. We're going to be talking about token versus equity investment in 2020-23 and 2020-24. So I think we can you hear? Okay. I think let's start with some intros. Most of you guys have been seeing me here the last 2 days. I'll do just a quick intro. So I'm Katie. I'm the founder and CEO of Babs. We are a Web3 strategy firm. We do everything from strategy, marketing to PR. We're very strong in the go-to-market branding and user acquisition space. We have presence here in Dubai as well as beyond. I'm European-based. We also have a team out of the US, and we are very much focused on emerging markets as well with a team out of LATAM. So I'm going to let the ladies here on the stage introduce themselves, and then we'll get into the discussion. Belinda?
Thank you, Katie. Hi, everyone. This is Belinda. So I went down the rabbit hole of blockchain in 2017. Back then, I was also in Dubai. I was a trainee for His Highness for 2 years. And I started as a builder, so I was a CMO at an ICO company. And after got the project with the fundraise and listed on Tier 1 exchange, then I started more angel investing, had quite a few multiple exits, and then now running Sharding Capital. So Sharding Capital is a early stage fund investing in Web3 startups. So it's sort of a household name here in the region because we're very hands-on. You can say we're a boutique fund, but we do a lot of Web3 demo days, and we help the founders very actively with go-to-market strategy, with fundraising, and basically just try to avoid them making mistakes. We can't guarantee the success, but we'll try our best, to help them to make wrong decisions in the journey. Yeah, so happy to be here today and happy to chat about the equity and token investment side of things. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Juliet. I'm a partner of New Tribe Capital. So then people ask me where I'm from. First of all, I say I'm from Dubai because we've been here over 3 years already, still very active. Talking about myself, I started the career in Chinese corporates, so I speak over 20 years Mandarin, and got into blockchain quite early, 2017, so running VC from 2020. So yeah, and we also, I believe we have a very boutique approach trying to stay more low profile, but get focused on the project support from different angles, and of course, like trying to contribute a lot into the Web3 ecosystem grow in the UAE specifically.
Hey everyone, my name is Jenna Greenfield. I am co-founder and COO of The Wanderers. We are a sci-fi universe and video game. We started as an NFT in summer of 2021 and have an evolving universe with music, storytelling, games, and more. My background is in business and finance, and I've been working in Silicon Valley with startups for the last 15 years, helping them scale and grow. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Manal Rifki. I'm a partner at Tesla Capital, where I'm based in Singapore. Recently moved to Dubai, Abu Dhabi to launch a new venture capital. So my background is a mix between investment and academic. I'm a PhD researcher in CBDC and I'm a university lecturer. For me, education is the way to provide more insights on the market, and that's how we can really take this industry forward. So we are launching a new venture capital based in Abu Dhabi global market, and hoping soon we are gonna be live. So happy to have conversations with the founders here, and happy to connect with everyone. I'm looking forward for this beautiful discussion with you ladies. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ladies, so much. Such great background, strong profiles. Let's get into it. So I think we have a really diverse panel from all of our backgrounds. I think I wanted to start a little bit in talking about this last year we've been in a bear market, and now they're talking about moving into a bull market. From the founder perspective as well as from the VC perspective, how has this market affected your decisions into whether you're investing equity, token, and what that looks like in the last year for any of you guys? Whoever wants to start. Hannah?
Yeah, sure. I think the final decision at the end of the day is regulation, right? So we have been from the ICO mania to investing in SAFT, right? But since we invest, like most of the VCs, I guess they invest worldwide, the regulation has been very crucial to choose which tool we will be investing in. So I guess personally for our fund at Tesla Capital, we've been investing mainly in SAFE and warrant token. That's like, you know, the way to go, I guess, now to avoid any regulation breach, especially for the securities. And that has been the safest way to go forward. Of course, other VCs, they have other ways to invest, but with all the changes in the regulation, given the SEC has been very strict on securities, that's the way to go moving forward for our firm.
Belinda, go ahead.
Yeah. So going back to the questions, I don't think the bear market has really affected our investment strategy. And there's no right or wrong in terms of investment strategy, but it's just more like about preferences. And for us, because we are a small fund, like we only have under 10 mil AUM, so for us, we believe in more venture deals instead of growth deals. Also, it's personal preference. It's also confined because our fund size. But I really believe crypto is still in its nascency, so there's a lot of room for growth. But is it sustainable? It's still like we're all parts of the big experiments, right? So yeah, personally, so when we do investments, we are investing more into tokens, and I think tokens are sort of a better way to fundraise. It's like a natural evolution because the nature of it, it is a lot faster. It allows easier participation. It is cheaper, like, you know, there's no overhead, etc. And it allows like fractionalized ownership, and it's easy to audit. Like it's on chain, it's transparent. You know which token goes to who, etc. So personally, I think like a token investment is something that we will stick with for quite a while, regardless of the market. Yeah.
So going back to the bear market, which I believe is still going on. So there is the universal advice for everyone, which is like keep building. So I believe everyone, like all the builders, all the founders, they just kept building all this time, and the same did we as like an investor, and kept investing in the space, of course. So going back to the days, I remember when we started, of course, everyone did like token investments. So, but because the regulations, as it was mentioned, were not there, and like I remember like quite a few companies, they didn't even have the legal structure, so there were no options for us to invest in equity at all. So, but I believe like this bear market actually just facilitated the transition period, then the industry becoming more mature. So that's why, like, you know, investors want to secure themselves by the equity investments, and they would love to see the proper legal structure of the deals happening. So that's why, like, right now, I believe that most of the deals organically are turning into equity plus token warrant. And coming back to the tokens itself, so recently we invested in the deals where the tokenomics is still unclear. It's also because we are in this transition period and we don't even know what kind of market trends are going to be in 2024. So that's why like lots of projects, like they realize that the tokenomics they used before, it's not applicable for the current market. They are trying to change this tokenomics, but they still don't know. So like, you know, because the industry is changing, and of course there should be the certain fashion for the tokenomics itself, which is changing as well. So yeah, of course, like right now, most of the deals are equity plus token investments, but I believe if it's the tech infrastructure project, the focus itself on the technology. So the token investment makes perfect sense. There is no equity needed, because if you invest in the application, if you invest in the product, if you invest in RWA, then of course like it's better to secure yourself with the equity investment. But if it's purely technology focused, of course like we are happy with token investments and SAFT.
Yeah, I would just say from
a founder perspective,
yeah,
I want to hear what you say.
From the founder perspective, raising via SAFE right before the start of the bear, obviously you want to take the funds and stretch it out and get your burn down as much as possible. And heads down building was super important, so we don't have to launch a token just to launch a token. It's super important to build something sustainable, and raising through equity is definitely preferred in this market at the moment, just because you want to stretch everything and launch when the time is right and not be pressured by outside forces.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Just adding on a little bit what you were saying, Jenna, and what you were saying, Juliet. When, as investors, would you guys see, I mean, when is a token appropriate and when is it not? That's kind of, I think, my biggest question. I think we've been seeing some trends as well, that founders are feeling pressured in this market to launch, or not even launch, but create a token, which is costly and complicated. So when, as investors, do you guys feel it's necessary for them to have a token if they don't, and when is it crucial for the investment kind of perspective?
Okay, I'll start. First of all, like when the project sets out to be a token project, they need to really explain well why they need the tokens in the first place. What's their token utility? If they can answer the question well, then yeah, they are a token project. And then regarding the timing, every project has different strategies, I would say. But I would like to mention one thing, which is token is actually a very effective marketing tool. People think it's PR, it's KOL. Yes, they contribute to the popularity, or it's like awareness of the project. But the token performance itself is the best marketing. So yeah, just make an example, right? For example, if FTT price was going up during the implosion, I don't think they would have this implosion. But anyways, so the token price really speaks for the project sort of performance, and the higher the price is, or like the better or the more stable it is, the more likely people will check out the product. If you want to, at a certain stage when the product is ready and the token is a function or utility is intertwined with the product, then you should launch a token and then see how the market or how the users are giving their feedback, and then keep iterating the product and also increase the, say, impression awareness of your tokens and increase the adoption as well. I would say it's a constant journey. It's a process. Yeah.
Regarding, of course, token is all about the utility, what kind of utility you can generate within your product. But what I've noticed, recently, most of the investments, even if it's early stage, is basically the investment that the product is almost ready. So it's like testnet, MVP, or they're launching soon. And the interesting, conversation happening with founders is that their business model is that they want to onboard users first, to understand their needs, to understand the utility, why people need the token itself, and then they will launch the token only. So I believe it's a right approach, because then you're you're just generate this user experience, and then because the token is exactly for users. So an example is one project we invested in is a decentralized streaming platform, JoyStream. So the same, they just onboarded more and more users, and the token started to perform after the launch because of the users' growth. And there was a certain utility for it. If there is no token, then the projects need to take into consideration the revenue stream. Because then, of course, I always ask, okay, guys, you do this equity, but what is your business model? What is your go-to-market strategy? What is the revenue stream? Because, of course, we as investors, we also expect to get some revenue itself. Otherwise, if it's a community project, it doesn't make sense. So for me, also the other example is wallet, like any wallet. So it's really hard to generate the proper token utility within the wallet itself, and still at the same time, I just do transactions within the wallet. I don't need the token. I never use the token. So if there is any token, you need to think about you need to engage users in using this token on the daily basis, and to generate the liquidity for this token organically instead of using some market makers.
Yeah, I would agree with both of you, but I would say from a founder perspective, it's very distracting, and it adds in a whole nother meta layer and set of stakeholders and users, and it's all about the right timing. It can definitely be used as a good marketing tactic, but with so many things shifting, regulatory landscape, and just the evolution of the technology, it's important to focus on certain areas first and build up the ecosystem before introducing an entire currency, and ensuring that it's going to be a sustainable ecosystem for the long run. I think it's important to grow your base layer first before introducing this concept.
I guess you ladies say it well, and agree with Juliette. It's all about the business model, of course, and it's all about the utility inside the projects. So, of course, for projects like gaming, it's very, of course, depends again, but we can see utility clearly. But for service-based blockchain projects, I guess, we've seen a lot of successful projects that they started with without releasing a token, and once they have a momentum, once they have many users that they can benefit from the platform, for example, therefore, they can introduce the token. So, of course, coming from 2017, we've seen a lot of ICOs that they've been just using the tokens to raise funds, right? However, sometimes it's more a killer for the projects rather than a benefit for the projects. So this is why founders need to choose carefully which way, and anyways, they can always introduce tokens around the road or during their roadmap moving forward.
Yeah, it's nice having a founder up here to get a different perspective, causing a little bit of debate. I think that's interesting because from 2017, when we were using them to raise funds from ICO days to now, we're looking at it as a user acquisition tool. So it's really interesting to see the evolution of what the token has done. Crypto is such a young space, so seeing evolution in just a matter of 4 or 5 years is very exciting. I think I have some personal friends and use cases of people that have used token investment, and then the majority of those tokens were invested by one entity, and that entity ended up completely rugging the project. So how can projects and founders make sure that if they are accepting and entering into token investment, that doesn't happen? I mean, because I think that is a risk. I've heard stories of, being worried about, if I'm giving tokens away, what's that vesting period look like? How dangerous is it for the project? So what would be your advice, both from, mostly from investment point of view, how you can make sure that you don't become, obviously you guys are moral people and wouldn't do that, but I think that is a risk for founders and it's a worry. So how can you kind of speak to that, I guess?
So if I understand the question correctly, you are saying project give allocations to founders, like token allocation to VCs, and then VC end up selling the token. First of all, VC has every right to sell the tokens, I would say, because they pay for this token allocation, right? But it is the founder's duty to vet the VC if these are the backers they want to onboard on their cap table. Did they do enough due diligence on the VC? That if they're legit, if they have provided other founders in their portfolio companies the sort of support they need. So I think that's a key when you do the fundraising. Same as KOLs, same as communities who you raise your money from. Like it's an equal exchange, I would say. So it's more about the founders need to have the enough intel and also the experience or like some sort of advice in terms of who they can onboard. Yeah.
I knew that Belinda is going to be quite straightforward on this topic.
She has the right to sell.
What I can say is basically, of course, like every investor has their own strategy. Either they are selling their token or they are not selling the token. So because sometimes, like if the project is overall amazing, and you can't see the real performance on the launch itself. So some investors, they are like selling their tokens because of course like they have liabilities to their LPs, for example, and they need at least to cover the principal back. And I believe that's the major case for all the investors, like to get your money back and then like let the token flow. But there are multiple things that you can generate on this market. First of all, like lots of projects are using market makers because we all understand that selling a big bag of the token can generate the token dump. So of course, like I believe everyone wants to escape it, either the project founders or the investors. So that's why, like, you know, or as an investor, if you're a cautious investor, you will sell it partially, like carefully, like with a very small amount, and in order not to affect the whole liquidity on the market itself. But yeah, I mean, still, like, you know, there should be the long-term strategy. Even for us, like, you know, we always keep a strategy for tokens itself. We've been supporting this project for a long time, and we know some insights about their business. So of course, we will just hold the token for the better times. So regarding the vesting itself, so I believe the market is also given the trends for the vesting schedule. So during the bear market, because nobody expects the token to launch within a few months or something like that, and everyone is saying, yeah, we are launching like Q1 2024, Q4 2024. So for us, it's okay. And I mean, if you're fundraising during the bear market, so you can just generate the longer vesting schedule. So if we are like, you know, in the middle of the bull run, so of course every investor, they expect to get the faster return in order to reinvest, to get more liquidity back. So that's why, like, yeah, you need to take into consideration the market trends itself, because 6 years vesting, and for token itself, it's not something that all the investors are looking into, because we need to understand that we are not traditional like Web2 VCs, where the term like of the investment is like at least 6 or even 10 years, right? So I believe, like, as I know, those people who got LPs, they do it like 4 or 5 years max.
I want to add a little bit. I was a bit harsh just now, but like I want to provide some tips for founders. So first of all, like build a good rapport with your early stage backers, right? You know, your investors. So for us, we actually like evaluate the project after investment, right? You know, before launch and after launch. Then before launch, it's about, what's their valuation in the second round or the round after. But after launch, we look at, their community sentiment, their product traction, etc. So, try to also increase our confidence. Then we will have a higher profit taking position. And then also, when you build a good rapport with your investors and engage them keenly in conversations, when we do sell, we try to sell strategically, right? We don't influence the market. So that's one tip I would have for founders. Always treat your early backers fairly and sincerely, and that goes really a long way. And the circle is small, like the crypto circle is really small. So if you are good with your early backers, angels, individuals, advisors, usually there's a pipeline in the VC deals, right? We early stage angels or VCs will give deals to later stage funds, etc. So that will help you a great deal. So always try to engage these quality early backers as much as possible during the building journey and also the launch and post-launch as well.
Yeah, I would just add, obviously it's very relationship driven and it depends on what stage you're at in terms of investing. And I think token investors versus equity investors, it comes in at a different stage and it's different timing. So just knowing what you're looking for, and obviously just really finding people that you're value aligned with and doing your diligence from the founder's perspective is just as important as the investor side. And yeah, it's very much aligning with the right people. Yeah.
Well, I guess everything has been said, but again, I can't stress enough about building that relationship between investor and founder. And also, I think, investors that they are there for the long term, they would like at least to cover their principal and also help the project to grow more. So being live in exchanges doesn't mean that, the VCs, they want to exit everything, except if they have been there just for the short term. But if the VCs, they are really investing for the long term and they believe in the projects. Of course, they are there, for longer, and they know well the founders and they know well where they are heading. So it's all about believing in the long term versus the short term, and also the relationship that they have with the founders. And that goes back to, again, the investor.
Yeah, this is a very relationship-driven industry. I think we're a small amount of people, and it's a new industry, so relationships are everything, right? What do you guys, I think we have a couple minutes left, just some ending thoughts in terms of 2023 was a bit rough from, I think, the founder perspective and raising, probably for VCs that have kept on to some funds, not as difficult. But we're going into, Bitcoin is at its almost all-time high, I think. I haven't checked it today. Lots of Ethereum is finally picking back up again as well. What do you guys see as 2024 bringing from both investment, and what are you looking for in 2024 in terms of projects?
So, okay, I will start. I think 2024 is going to be a good year with the, of course, Bitcoin halving, and then also the ETF approval expectation, and then also it's a U.S. election, right? Historically, U.S. election is always up only in that year. So I think it's going to be a good year. And then in terms of investment, there are a few verticals I'm bullish about, like, for example, the Bitcoin ecosystem, and then Web3 plus AI, and then there's a couple others, but it is like a rotation thing. So I think you're going to experience a lot of anxiety when the bull comes back, but try to see where you are focusing on, and then wait until your a vertical sort of take off instead of chase after wealth effect, because that's the fastest way to get wrecked and get frustrated. So yeah, understand the rotation, understand the different verticals will have its day at certain times, and then for us it's the same thing. Stay focused and work as much as possible and see good things come to fruition.
I believe we all have very positive expectation from the next year. That's why we are all here. And in general, I've been in China a few weeks back. So I would love to share a few narratives and ideas that I've heard in Shanghai from my friends. And first of all, like as Belinda mentioned, Bitcoin ecosystem. The reason, because how my Chinese friends explained it to me. So look at Ethereum and the Ethereum market cap. So then look at all Ethereum projects and Ethereum projects market cap. And then you can compare Bitcoin market cap to Ethereum market cap and just realize the potential of all Bitcoin market cap, Bitcoin-based projects. And so that's why, they're super bullish on Bitcoin. Then the second narrative is Ton ecosystem. Because of 800 million users within Telegram, because we all expecting some proper mass adoption. And of course, the mass adoption will come from retail users, that the users, of course, I'm not that bullish on the other social apps. It's really hard to switch from those social apps that we got used to on the daily basis. So that's another narrative. But what I'm quite excited about is that the Web3 ecosystem is becoming more mature, and the infrastructure projects that we either invested or we are looking to invest into, which are bridging the gaps between Web2 and Web3 space. Getting more traction, and luckily it will bring us a better return in the next year.
Yeah, I'd say we are very excited about gaming. We've been building our video game for the last year and a half, and it definitely seems like this is, we're very bullish about bringing this into the mainstream, and I think it gives us a really good opportunity to kind of drive from a Web3 into a Web2 potentially with the technology backing us. But it's super important after making it through the bear market and starting during NFT summer a few years ago that we start moving into more of a sustainable business model and not just hype cycles of NFT drops. So driving that into a recurring business model is super important, and I think it can be accomplished this year.
For our side, I guess we are very keen on real-world asset tokenization. I think that's what will bring the $30 trillion assets to the market, and that's where we can have the biggest wave of mass adoption. I'm very curious to see how this bull market is going to play, because we have, of course, the halving and the ETF of BlackRock. That's most probably is going to happen. But I'm very, pessimistic on the macroeconomic perspective of across markets, given the inflation and all the, the numbers that you have seen, for the last 3 quarters, I guess. So last time we have the bull market because we have quantitative easing and the COVID, right? So I'm very curious to see how, this time we don't have very bullish narrative on the macroeconomic across markets. However, we have very bullish narrative in crypto and blockchain. I guess, maybe that's going to drive Bitcoin and digital assets to be not only an exotic digital asset, but mainly one of the main the main assets that fund managers gonna adopt. So yeah, I mean, while I'm bullish in real-world asset tokenization, I just want to see how this market's gonna play in next year. But very positive overall.
Thank you, ladies. I think we're all oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just want to add a little bit towards the end, because I think apart from our project panelists here, most of us are more token VCs, but I want to really give credit to VCs that invest into equity, because they're more from institution background, and they're more patient capital, which really is conducive and instrumental for the development of blockchain and crypto ecosystem. So I want to say kudos to that, yeah.
That's very politically correct of you, Belinda. Thank you, ladies, so much for this. I think we're all excited to see what 2024 brings, the projects that come out of it. I'm really glad that you mentioned Bitcoin ecosystem, because I, too, am looking forward to seeing what comes out of that. Yeah, thank you so much. And round of applause for these lovely women up here today. Okay, so that was our wonderful women of Web3. Okay, so it's the last panel of the day, and this is going to be led by Vugar, the CMO of Bit Crypto. If you're here, please come on up to the stage, and then all of your lovely panelists, Carmen, Darius, Faraj, and Ritam. Oh, are you Vugar? Great to meet you. It's great. Carmen, Katie, nice to meet you. Faraj, I see. No, I don't think so. Darius. No, he's right there, isn't it? No, that's not Darius. That's Faraj. Where's Darius? Oh, there he is. Good. Have a seat, guys. See if it's good to sit under your breath. Hearing you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I think the one last panel, we have to be much engaging. And I'm your host, Vugar Usi from the Being Crypto, and I have lovely guests with me. Carmen, you want to start introducing yourself maybe shortly?
Okay, that's very quick. Last but not least, it's one of the most focused topics that I guess most of the institutional clients and retail clients will be focused. Myself, I'm Carmen. I'm the Chief Communications Officer from CoinW. A little bit of my background. I used to work with Forex industries, and myself, I possess ASIC, which is Australia regulations, derivative license, and also anti-money laundering license from Australia. Yep. So on the ongoing topic, I believe that we can have a very balanced and also the landscape toward the topics. Yeah.
Perfect. Darius?
Hi, my name is Darius Escarapor, originally from New York City. Used to be in the world of private equity, was a lawyer before that, doing securities law. I don't wish that on my worst enemy. Happy I'm out of it. But I am the fund manager, managing partner of Varus Capital. We are an early stage venture fund. We are now in the process of finalizing our registration under ADGM. And we also have a high frequency quantitative trading floor as well. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Faraj. I'm a Chief Commercial Officer of Venom Foundation. This is a licensed blockchain out of Abu Dhabi. I'm also a founder of Crypto Executives Community. This is the largest network of C-level executives. And as part of that, we have a syndicate investing in the projects called DAO Fund.
Hey all, this is Ritam Gupta. I am the founder and partner at Nonce Group. So Nonce is a venture studio with Nonce VC being the VC arm of it and Nonce Blocks being the dev arm of it. We have been helping projects by incubating them and traversing the 0 to 1 journey that everyone is demanding right now. So yeah, and personally, I've been in the Web3 space for the last 8 odd years. And yeah, that's it.
Perfect. I think we have a beautiful mix here from the communications to the lawyers. And today we are discussing about the future of the industry and especially focusing on the legal frameworks and legislation. The main narrative and the core of the industry and blockchain technologies is that we love talking about self-custody, being decentralized, being self-governance and self-sustained. And in parallel, that it wasn't a secret that for last 2-3 years, especially in this bear market, the main topic was legal frameworks, how governments were running after different large crypto entities and industries. And I wanted to open the discussion talking about where do we stand, or as an industry leaders, you think that shall we more lean towards being everything on the paper within the controlled legal framework, or do we still believe that industry can self-regulate and self-balance? What do you think, Carmen?
Okay, first of all, I think this industry has been grown with very broad definitions from the government, SEC especially. We wanted to compare this new rising industry towards the traditional finance industries. Do you know how much money that have been laundered in the past in a cash term? It's 800 billions to 2 trillion in a year. And how much money has been already laundered from blockchain? It's only 0.24% on Bitcoin itself. So it's 0.02% compared to the traditional market. So why is everyone is like very urged about and worry about blockchain crypto will be being used as a criminal tool towards the futures, which is not. This is a great foundations of the blockchain industries and futures of it. All your monetary things will be registered, will be like on the change, right? So speaking on the frameworks and things, currently this is what speaking from centralized exchange access, what I'm thinking that we are at a good phase, good terms, and the process is not too fast yet. We can carry on and compromising with our institutional client and retail clients. Because first of all, we are still at educational phase towards how to use the wallets, how to registrations, how to do the registrations. And in terms of saying centralized exchange, which means you have to fall into this regulation stuff with KYC and stuff. What about co-wallet? Co-wallet it's mean in the cash in your wallet. Another comparison to you guys, the money in your bank account, which means it's already KYC in your bank. You can identify this as the money in your chain, and the other one is the cash in your the actual wallet in your purse. This can be considered that which is not regulated, right? No one has name on it. You don't need to do KYC on it, right? Yeah. So give you guys a little bit thought of these comparisons. So from what I think now, currently we are carrying out a very comprehensive and good path with the government.
That is from the law and order perspective. Sometimes I hear these comments that criminals doesn't like a competition by the other criminals, and that's why these banks are always, lobbying the government. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I don't have a comment on how criminals act. I think we need to think in terms of cohesion versus competition, right? And here in the UAE, the regulators have a very inclusive and intuitive way of working with those looking to be regulated, right? Never before have I dealt with regulators that said, what can we be doing better? You'll never hear that in many other, first world nations. So I think this idea of us governing ourselves, those within the blockchain and crypto community, compared to, having regulators step in and obviously set standards, I don't think we should be viewing it as one against the other. I do think the decentralized manner of this ecosystem that we're in does lend itself to wanting a level of autonomy, right? But we can't have chaos, and without regulation, it is total and complete chaos. We've seen what happens when we aren't aware of who actually is in receipt of our funds, who's sending funds, but I think at the same time there needs to be a way where regulation is not stifling creativity. So not an easy balance to strike, but I think we do draw closer to that each day.
Faraj, from institutional perspective as an investor, do you believe that the legal frameworks are really important, or would you be willing to invest, especially with a token acquisition or any other form, to a venture that is not registered or that is not, having that legal grounds to operate in?
I think the times of Wild West are coming to an end with unregulated entities doing and collecting large sums of money and doing whatever they really want without any oversight from the regulators or from any other entities. Nowadays, more and more institutional type investors, and that's where real liquidity will come in from, are asking one of the first questions to the founders is, where are you registered and what laws are you are following and what regulation you are following? So definitely there is a huge shift of regulatory perspectives across the globe, but UAE in general, I agree with Darius, is very, very proactive in working with companies and working with the tech guys that are actually on the edge of the technology to find out how best to create a regulation that protects the retail investors mainly, and also the investors in general from wrongdoings of the companies, but at the same time doesn't stifle the innovation and doesn't slow down the speed at which the industry develops.
I think we are going to a very right and very interesting direction. And I had a question for Ritam. Ritam, do you think again, you are also doing a lot of investments out there. Do you think legislation actually helps or speeds the process or puts a clear guidance, or it slows you down?
To answer it right now, I'll say it has been slowing down to an extent. But Web3, as we all know, is a evolving industry, right? We have been running our own races, escaping the regulations, escaping all the compliances since inception. And I think everyone has learned their own lesson. It just takes one event to happen and everyone starts to say, okay, we need regulations to come in. Any big exchange, any big project collapses, everyone's in need of regulation. And we are so, I'll say, short, our memories are so small that once the market gets to be bullish from here, no one's going to talk about it. But I think we need to learn from what our mistakes have been in the past and accept regulations as early as we can, even if it has been slowing you down since the very beginning. But now I think we are at a point that everyone needs to be regulated at some stage or the other. Otherwise, the industry that we are in, it's never gonna be adopted. So to get that adoption that we have been talking since, I'll say, inception, we have to get the regulations coming in.
Thank you. And honestly, I want to be playing a little bit like a devil's advocate here, because even though legal frameworks are really important, we saw that governments or entities, they're not as fast as adopting, or they don't even usually understand the technology, because we saw that GDPR and all these privacy laws came to action after the whole Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal. And then, of course, FTX collapse triggered many things. Why it's always there's a problem, and problem happens, funds get lost, issues emerge, and only after the legislation is introduced. Therefore, I don't think that having a legal framework is that effective, to prevent the next problem. As you mentioned, we quickly forget, and there's always a different problem that comes, and legislation follows the problem. It's not like legislation is as early introduced to prevent it. And what's your take on, especially from the communications standpoint, how we can better work with the government and entities, or educate them to, to prevent that problem happens and legislation comes later, instead of having a legislation before the problem emerges?
I answer it?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, the question is, how much does the government pay these professions to execute their works? This is right. It's not always blaming on once the criminal has happened, and you blame it to the institutions and you blame it on the projects or the owners. It's how much the professions being paid to do their works, or how often does these professions to check on each regulation regularly, correct?
Exactly, yeah. That is also, there's another issue of a talent acquisition, how governments are even having the people who is on board, who knows how technology works and how to regulate that. Darius and Faraz were mentioning in previous question a lot about UAE and the structure. And in my opinion, today in legal frameworks, we see that there's kind of case of SSC and US, which is super regulatory. And then you have ADGM and WARA, which is more like an open arms policy. What do you think, which is the best approach that really can move the needle in terms of the ecosystem?
Yeah, as an American, I think the way that America has approached this subject, I don't think anyone is excited about it, right? I think It's created fear, paranoia, and maybe there's a hammer dropping that needed to be dropped, but maybe not as swiftly, falling to the surface as it has. So I think more of a model and approach taken where you're trying to support something that you cannot get rid of, you cannot stop, right? It is impossible to do that. They tried it, right? And it's still, the industry is still here. The industry is still resilient. So I do definitely favor the approach here in this region. It's why this is a place that I call home now. I think it's a very attractive and appealing market to be in because there is regulatory framework, right? And there aren't shortcuts to it. It's not an area where you can go pay a few bucks and skip in line or anything like that. It's organized, it's efficient, and it's appealing. It's appealing as a fund manager. It's appealing as a corporate or institutional entity. And it's no surprise that this market is so fast-paced and expanding in the way that it is. So I would definitely favor this region over the U.S. as stands.
In general, I think the world needs a bad policeman, right? I mean, if everyone would be a good policeman, there would be more bad guys around, right? And if you have companies like FTX completely collapsing with $30 billion being the highest valuation of the company, maybe higher, with tens of billions of dollars of missing, with lack of oversight. When you read the court proceedings, and you kind of get astonished at the level at which it was mismanaged. And it was managed, and oversight was there, but no one really went into the company's boardrooms and understood what's happening really in the company. And some of it perhaps was due to lack of regulation back then. And after the fact, we think, oh, we wish it wouldn't happen. And all the time, we like kids, if everything is going, and we're as Rita mentioned before, that if a bull market is there, everyone is saying, okay, why you're creating problems for us, making money? Everything is going okay. There's nothing wrong happening. But when things like FTX happen, you think, oh, there should have been someone looking into those big companies, because those big companies, when fail, they create a huge ripple effects on everyone. Luna crash, FTX, it actually threw back the industry really far behind. In the eyes of the investors, from the traditional perspective, this looks like a kindergarten for them that has completely no oversight from anyone serious. So, and that's why, when we are talking about, oh, ETF will be approved and then there will be huge inflow of capital, no, it will not. The institutions wouldn't put money somewhere where they actually are having a risk of complete collapse from even the largest institutions, like, for example, Binance or Tether. Everyone is saying that there is a possibility of harsher actions from regulators on those companies, but those companies are so embedded in the entire ecosystem that any of those companies going down would create huge effects for the entire industry.
That's so true. And I was recently talking to BTX GM Gracie, and we were discussing new MiCA, European Union's new laws. And she mentioned a very important fact. She was telling that no matter, it's a very comprehensive document, it clearly outlines what can be done and cannot be done, and makes it easier for the crypto companies and all the industry players to understand what's expected. And in most cases, especially in US cases, laws are so open to interpretation that companies are not even knowing what can be done or what cannot be done. And I wanted to talk to you, Ritam, and ask this question from corporations or institutions that are building and developing, as also Faraj mentioned, busy coding stuff that usually don't go and try to check, or they want to be fast and break things. What do you think? Is it about being comprehensive, or it should be lesser or lighter for the faster adoption by the tech companies?
I think my idea is very clear. It needs to be clear. It needs to be transparent. Um, I mean, just see what has SEC got as of now. Why are a lot of Americans coming to the UAE? If the comprehensive nature of the laws but unclear would have worked, people wouldn't have been preferring MiCA, right? There would have been no need of different geographies coming up with different regulations. People would have just simply be going to what playbook the US regulations have, and they just simply would have been accepting it. But they were not clear, they were not good enough to stop all the things that are happening, and that has happened in the past. That is why there have been needs to get up or get out with MiCA, right? So I feel the laws needs to be clear, concise, friendly to an extent, but they shouldn't be losing the essence, right? So, I mean, I might contradict my statement here that as a community, Web3 guys need to accept the regulations, but the authorities that are forming these regulations, they also need to understand what the Web3 community is demanding, right? What this community needs to get more adoption. So in a nutshell, I think it should be a combination of how the laws are written. It should not be too strict and not really allowing institutes to be doing their business. It should help them to grow, get out, get more adoption, get more users, and eventually still be regulated. This is what I think needs to be there.
Faraj was mentioning a lot about FTX case, and I think one good place to hide away from FTX was Japan, because Japan learned from MTGOX case and CoinCheck case back in 2013 and 17, and already established these laws and frameworks in order to custodianship of the assets and KYCs, which eventually helped the end user not to lose their funds or not to lose as much funds were lost as in the global scale. Carmen, what do you think? Do you think that having these stricter rules and KYCs will help at least to earn the industry's trust back and bring on more retail users or more newbies to the industry? Because I think that is the one way it helps, like even large exchanges out there who are people trusting, even though FTX case happened, like people trust more, like the Tether Foundation and also Binance case, which is one of the two big players that bring on board more and more retail users.
Yeah, I think first of all, I think this is an open book answer for the regulator. How we can actually refer to is the derivative CFDs, contract for difference. The regulations is always there, like over decades. Does any of the regulator has actually looked into it? It's applicable to the tradings of cryptocurrency, especially in perpetual tradings, right? So in this case, that as you say, KYC is needed because this is also one of the frameworks that they wanted to know where is your customer came from, where is your money invested from, right? But on the other hand, which means the regulations is already there that we can actually just take reference on it and make a little bit of tailor into fit into cryptocurrency. Simple as that.
As simple as that. But like I think like we are talking now too much like a centralized players focus. Darius, what do you think, like how like a DAOs and all the other like a decentralized organization get affected by all these legal frameworks?
Yeah, I mean, it's a place where you still need some level of clarity in what the rules are, right? I think the ambiguity that comes into situations where there is no clear definition of how funds are being utilized or managed, it doesn't matter decentralized or centralized, it's a problem. And you'll never have that level of trust in the marketplace if you have this level of unpredictability. Volatility is part of what we're all here for, right? But unpredictability, where your money is in this protocol, and then before you know it, it's not there the next day, nobody wants to put their money anyplace, right? So I think we have created a barrier and an area of resistance for those that have no exposure to this asset class because of these events that have happened, because again, it's unpredictable. They are understanding of the volatility. Again, it can be a very appealing thing, but just lack of trust and understanding, right? That where your assets are being placed, they will remain, and how they're being utilized is a big issue. I think it's lack of transparency. Back to the situation with DAOs, I think DAOs are a great mechanism, right, to create framework, create rules, have a capacity of voting, obviously have adaptations of that. I mean, if you look in the U.S., we have some outdated laws, right? Look at the Second Amendment, right? The right to bear arms. I think that's a whole nother topic of itself. But that was created in a time period, 1776, where you needed a gun, right? We should be in an environment where it's adaptive, right? It can be modified as needs change and as the market evolves. This market moves extremely fast, and if we don't have a way to anticipate the movements and obviously develop framework along the way, then you get into a problematic situation. So I think DAOs are a great structure. I think it's a unique feature of this asset class, and I think it has far-reaching utility.
Faraj, you mentioned like ETFs, and I'm really excited about the topic. And whoever I talk recently in the industry, everyone predicts that next year will be a huge bull run, and it will be thanks to influx of institutional money. And as you mentioned, like institutions need frameworks. You can't bring on board a billion-dollar fund on this volatile industry. Do you think that having that framework will actually help to bring on board institutions, or do you think only large players who are compliant will be getting the bigger chunk, or even the institutions coming and setting up their own exchanges, their own funds, and their own buyout processes?
Yeah, it can play either way. I think institutions are sitting on the sidelines not because they cannot create their own infrastructure, be it exchanges, be it custodian solutions or any other things. They are waiting for the clarity on the regulatory front. They're waiting for those frameworks to be set up by the regulators, so they actually do not do anything wrong with the shareholder capital or with anything else. So once it does play out, and once the entire industry will mature enough to have like larger regulatory bodies overseeing it more proper, obviously all of those giants will set up something on their own. Whether they will be able to compete with incumbents, which might be backed by the smaller institutions, we will see. But definitely within the next few years, the institutionals will be moving in, and the entire landscape will change to the extent that we'll not recognize it. So whatever was happening in the past, where the wash trading would be something that people would think, oh, it's typical for exchanges, that would go away. There are a lot of practices that are prevalent now, will go away inside the trading. So we are on the verge of going through, as I said before, Wild West into the more institutional regime now. And I think that the entire industry will benefit out of it.
Perfect answer. And Ritam, what do you think? Like, what is the as we discussed, legal frameworks? What is maybe big pros and cons of this? All these legal advancements happening. Like, do you think what is the biggest problem that legal frameworks are solving? But also, what is the biggest barrier for the maybe new developers coming to the industry, or what is your opinion in that?
That's an interesting question, though, and I think we are short on time to answer that completely. But I think the benefits of it, again, the legal frameworks or the smaller advancements that we are making, I think it's pushing us towards the adoption. I remember a quote from one of my friends, a very close friend of mine told me, bro, it's been 6 years that I've been in the crypto space, and every time I meet someone, they have been saying that we are still early. When would be the day come that we are gonna say that now we are late? So considering that, I think if we have to traverse that journey from being early to the already adopted industry, these frameworks have to come in place. Right now, with the ETFs, I think everyone's just eagerly waiting for the ETFs to come in. More than anything else, I think it's gonna bring some sort of strength, or definitely a strength to the industry with the compliances. Even if, I mean, I'm going back a question where you just asked whether it's gonna favor the institutions or not. I think it's gonna favor the institutions initially, but then over time, as the industry matures, we should be okay, and it's gonna be equal for every single one. So that's what it is.
Amazing. Thank you for the talk. I think this year we saw a lot of legal cases like Ripple's winning and also Binance's CEO stepping down because of the rulings in US. And I think next year will be very exciting, especially if the next bull run is happening in front of our eyes. We'll be seeing more and more institutional interest, and I hope these frameworks will help for the industry to build the trust back and also benefit all the players together. Thank you very much for the talk.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Shall we take a selfie, guys?
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Here,
Thank
can-
you.
you can leave that there. Faraj. Okay, guys, so that is the end of our conference in terms of the panels for the day. We're going to have a quick break, like 30 minutes, to do a little bit of networking, and then Hadi, the chairman of Agora, will have some closing remarks. So we expect to see you guys all back in here in a little bit. Thank you so much for coming. Oh, wait, never mind, 1 minute.
We will also have the Global Blockchain Congress Awards. So the awards are going to be listed and given right after the coffee break. About 10-15 minutes coffee break, not 30 minutes, and then we get back here to give the awards. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. How was your coffee break? I hope it was nice. Please, guys, you can come in. Our Global Blockchain Congress ceremony awards will start in a few minutes. So please make your way back to the ballroom. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Please make your way back into the ballroom for the award. Please make your way back into the ballroom for the award. Thank you.
Everyone, if you can please come in from the door and have a seat. We're going to be announcing the winners of the Global Blockchain Congress Awards. I just want to make sure that all the projects are in the room. I don't think so. Yeah, he's bringing them inside. Just 1 second. Yes. Okay, everyone. So thank you again for being with us for the 12th edition of the Global Blockchain Congress. Once again, I want to thank all of our speakers, our sponsors, our investors for making this a very successful edition. As usual, I want to extend a very heartwarmed thank you note also for our team. I want to thank Ubay, Yamin, Farah for doing a great job making sure that the event runs smoothly and successfully. I want to expand a special thank for Katie for helping us manage the event and run the program. I also want to thank the entire team back home who's supporting us remotely. Thank you, Reem. Thank you, Yasmina. Thank you, Dalia. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sam, for your support and your hard work. Now, as usual, we always conclude our Global Blockchain Congress with a very unofficial award ceremony. This is a small exercise to thank our startups and our projects. It's a way of recognizing some of them. The method is not scientific by any stretch of the imagination. We ask the investors who are meeting with the project, who do they think is most likely to raise funds? And then they rate them between 0 and 10, and whoever ranks on the top 3 gets an award. As usual, the countdown at the end is extremely close. So we want to thank again all the startups and all the projects. And right now we're gonna start with announcing the 3rd place according to investor choices. The 3rd place goes to CrowdPoint, and I think Mark is here to receive the award. Farah, you please. Second place goes to Bloom. I think Charlie is here to receive the award. Okay, and lastly, the first prize goes to Neuron. And James, I think, is here to receive the prize. Okay, great. Thank you all. This concludes the 12th edition of the Global Blockchain Congress, and see you at the gala dinner. Thank you.
I totally agree.
Because I don't know who they are.
I agree. I just